currents. Let's turn them on. Done. Okay, great. Alright, stream has started, everyone. Good morning. Yep. Okay. Cool, so today we're going to work on the buff system. As long as I can get stuff out of my teeth. Alright. Putty this. Turn off my camera. Alright. So here we go. Screen-RD. Let's take a look at what we got here. People connected this morning. Well, no, Twitch is not a dating site, connected this morning at least. Let's see what's going on the server. It's possible that no one's playing, and that's totally reasonable. Yeah, no one's online right now. Right? If I did /online. So the online players now is just press tab and find it out. That's not too bad. Yeah, the match is over. The next one starts soon. Alright, great. We'll have to run some giveaways today. Hey, good skinny. We'll have to run some giveaways today. Team balancing. I guess we just put on the to-do list down here. And we put this up to the top here. So teams are pretty much done. And let's archive this. Perfect. So how's our to-do list looking now? Yeah, it's only like 1,000,000 lines long. Well, 512 lines long. That's not as bad as I thought. It's still really bad. Good Skinny says good night. Alright, so teams are done. Major and minor buff system. Now, the reason I have this is my roadmap for this week. And remember, today is oh yeah, I should say this before I sign off today. Before signing off, make sure to say that today is the last day this week. Update title to reflect this too. Okay. So it's a 3-day week. I come up with a roadmap for each week. And the things on this week's roadmap, discrete matches. So that is this timer up here in the game. That way it's not just one infinite death match. They're actual discrete matches. Then we had teams. So that's where you see blue team and red team. And I'm on the red team right now. And when I deploy bots, well, I can't do that yet because of this. I gotta wait for the timer to hit 0. And then I have to wait for it to hit 0 a second time. Yeah. Well, anyway, if I were to deploy, you'd see that I'm on the red team. In fact, I could have just shown this better by going a little close. Hey, Void Dreamer. And yeah, here we go. So blue team, red team, they're deploying on opposite sides of the arena. Like, looks good. Great. Okay. So then the major and minor buff system. This is part of what's going to increase the strategic surface area of Botland. So we got to figure out how this is going to work because pre-beta is going to work differently from how the actual game is going to work. Because people could hop in at any time. People could join the game at any time in pre-beta. So wait, are someone changing my lights? No. Huh. People could join the game at any time in pre-beta, so we need to accommodate that. I don't know how much though. Games Maxed said maybe you should add admin commands in the chat to start the game and stuff. That's an interesting idea. Okay, let me describe how the game will work. When Botland is out for real and people can play this game, and let's just load up a script and deploy some bots. I don't know. This doesn't really matter too much. So when Botland is out for real, you're going to be on a screen like this, which is just the title screen. And there's going to be login information here. Let's say connect was really play. So you press the play button. You're going to go into some queue system where you see like, oh, there's 20 people in the queue. There need to be 25 for a game to start. I don't know. You see something along those lines. And then fine, you're placed into a game. A game then immediately starts, and there's 1 minute left until the pregame phase is over. And in that case, you would have been given your first buff choice at the very beginning of the match. So right in the pregame phase. In pre-beta, since people can join at any time, which is actually a nice thing about pre-beta. That way if I give out an account, I don't have to say, okay, now just wait 14 minutes and then you'll be able to play. I think we just kind of changed the rules a little bit. So yeah, if you happen to be there at the beginning of the game, then you get a buff. If you happen to be there for a buff that is granted, then you get it. Otherwise, too bad. This is a too bad that is still better than you need to wait 14 minutes to play. This too bad is better than you need to wait 14 minutes to play. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what we've got. We need to come up with a list of buffs to give out, and let's do keep in mind major/minor versions. Then come up with a system for letting a player choose, and then keep in mind that they shouldn't be forced to choose right away. The UI should be minimizable or something. If a player doesn't choose a buff after some amount of time, then we randomly pick one and apply the buffs only for the duration of a single match. Test this by making one buff something like +1, like infinite damage dealt. Okay, what else is there? Then it's grant minor buffs every 3 minutes, major buffs, or maybe grant minor buffs at times X, Y, Z, and major buffs at times A and B. Is there anything else to do here? I mean, this is a decent amount of stuff, definitely. Okay. Let's think about this for a second. So I joined the game. It says the match is going to start in 1 minute. Hang on a second, I gotta sneeze. Okay. So the game's about to start, and it says pick your first buff. Now you might see 3 of these, and you'd say, "Wait a second, do I have landmines?" And you'd want to check that. So there should be some like soft dismiss, or maybe. Well, UI aside, because the UI is definitely changing no matter what it is I decide right now. We could just throw it in your face and make you choose a buff. And we could do it in a more elegant way that we later changed to an even more elegant way. So I don't think it's worth spending a lot of time on. So, okay, but still, you are in the pregame and you see 3 of these and you click one. Oh yeah, we got to validate that. What was the system for letting a player choose? Player doesn't choose, pick one. Validate the player input for picking buffs. Make sure the one they chose is one of the ones offered. And only ever show a unique set of buffs each time. Hey, roving eye. You come up with a list of names of deities, and you've probably saved it somewhere. Alright, what else do we have here? So you pick a buff, it gets applied. You probably want to be able to see which buffs you picked. There should probably be like a buff history UI. Probably need to have a buff history UI that gets reset at the end of each match. The server doesn't need to be involved for this UI at all, since it's all information on the client. Lots of sneezes. I have lots of deities to get through. Yep. Okay, what else? So you picked now a buff or 2 buffs. We make sure that they get applied. We maybe show you in a history somewhere of what they were that you picked. We make sure that they're all functional. We probably write some tests for these things at the end. Test buffs. these can be part of the arena test. Or maybe we split it into a separate file for buff tests. Okay. Yeah, I can see this working. Let's just take a quick look at that file I'd put on my desktop. What did I call it? Botland Holiday? Nope. Nope, I didn't. That is not the name of it. Let's try again. Botland Holiday Prototype. Here we go. So fill a match with AI players. We should still do that at some point. But objectives, buffs, 3 bots, pick a major buff. Bot deploy cooldowns are not necessary. Yep. 3 choice system. Buffs need to be unique per player per match. Need a notification system. Ooh, yeah. Notification system. Well, let's write that down. Notification system could just be chat for now for any team-wide buffs, but it should eventually be more prominent. Okay. So let's put this here. Okay, so list of buffs. Let's start this. I guess I'll put a started tag on this. Not that it really matters. So we'll say, and our canonical example was just plus damage. So we have plus 15% damage. So let's say plus damage, well, plus percent damage. So major is going to be plus 15%. Minor is going to be plus 5%. Oh, damage dealt, I guess. Okay, that makes sense. So minus percent damage taken. I feel like this should be a little bit weaker. So let's say minus 12%. And I'm not really looking for balance here. Not yet, at least. Obviously, we're going to have to do that eventually. For now, it's just come up with some stuff. And eventually, this list is going to be like hundreds of things. So let's try to come up with something more interesting. Let's do plus percent damage dealt when X coordinate is even. And we'll say major is plus 20%. No, we probably can't do that. Can we? We might be able to do that. I don't know. Plus 6%. We'll say plus percent life leech. And again, not really caring about balance right now. What are some other things we can do here that'll mix this up? We could say something like increased landmine time to live. That actually is not a good idea. Well, maybe it's a good idea. Let's say major plus 10 TTL, minor. No, it's gotta be something crazy, I think. This is gonna be ridiculous. So let me give you an idea for what this would look like. If I said that landmines lasted an extra 15 turns, so I just add 15 to this, take a look. Wait, we gotta wait for this to finish building. I don't know if this is gonna be another one of those 40-second builds or not. I don't know. Let's find out. If this does take very long, then I've screwed this part up. In fact, let's take a look at the shared gulp file for right now. This is something that I believe I have screwed up. Watch is dependent on bundle. I don't think it should be because refresh, where's refresh do? Refresh does bundle. But refresh uses, no it doesn't. Well, this is definitely taking way too long. So let's just try getting rid of this for now. We'll do this. Oh, we need to. Okay, yeah, let's try that out. It's not going to change anything for right now, but there, the build is done. Now we're going to refresh this and we're going to deploy a landmine bot. And it's going to be insane. So all we're going to do is say lay mine and then move around. And we call this mines bot. Let's deploy 2 of those. Now, because the time to live on landmines is 15 turns more, your mines are really overpowered. They'll just last practically forever now. Yeah, okay, and let's deploy one more mine that, let's do this. We'll say if percent chance, we'll say that there's a 50% chance to move to the left. That way we eventually get toward the enemy. There, mines 2. Okay, so now this mines bot is more likely to move to the left, which is great because that'll actually make it do damage. Seems as though things are working better with mines now. Can lay mine working better. I fixed a couple of very big bugs with mines. Mines, from a game design perspective, are still not solid yet. We still need to fix how reveal mines works. But okay, yeah. So this is the proof that if you ever got this buff, landmines are probably too good. So I should tone this down before it's even been committed. But yeah, check it out there. The arena's just covered with landmines. So yeah, let's stop that. Let's make this let's say +9 and +3. So this is what's really cool about the buff system, at least as far as I'm concerned. Remember that eventually you're going to be configuring bots before you've even entered a match. So you might have 3 bots. One might have landmines on it, just as sort of a utility thing. One might have artillery, one might have lasers, and then they've got all their secondary things like, you've got missiles on the artillery bot and you've got Zapper on the landmines bot. Well, maybe you decide that, wait a second, the enemy team is really good at avoiding landmines. They've got code set to do this. So I really can't use that bot, and that's what you decide. And then all of a sudden, at the beginning of your next match, you get this as one of your options. Increase landmine time to live. And you're like, whoa, +9 turns? That's actually really good. I'm going to pick this. And now all of a sudden, that match is totally different from all the other matches you've played up until that point. But there are going to be so many different buffs that there's no way that you can count on getting increased landmine time to live. There's no way that you can count on getting life leech. There's going to be hundreds and hundreds of these things probably. And some will just be slight differences, really. Like actually, even 1 and 3 here. Damage dealt. Okay, that's pretty good. I can understand that. Wait, damage dealt when my X coordinate is even. This is even better. And I just need to change my code a little bit, and then I can make use of this. So that's what I'm excited about. That's why this is going to be really interesting. However, a lot of these things are going to be, okay, got to go code this for now. And yeah, this is what we're going to spend today working on. So it should be good. All right, do we just stop with this? I feel like we should come up with at least 12 of these things. All right, what else we do? We could modify just individual hardware. We could say something like laser range, increased. See, this is where things are kind of tough. You can't really say increased laser range because it's already 5 at the maximum. So if you said like +2 and then the minor one was +1, I guess we'd have major only buffs. Yeah. I think we need to do that. I think we need to have major only buffs. So we would change this to missile range, and this would be pretty ridiculous, by the way. Increasing missile range by 1 would change it from a max range of 4 to the max range of what lasers has. That's pretty crazy. What are some good sites to get free assets for games? I don't know about free assets, but there's someone who keeps posting on Reddit under the game dev. Let's see. And how do I even find this? Search for top in the last month. Oh man. Free fonts. Huh. Could have sworn it's like Ken L is the person's name, I think. Game assets. No, that's not it. No, what is the name of this person? I think it's a pay what you want kind of thing. I wish I could find this. Game audio. Roguelike characters, completely free to use. Well, here, I'll link you this, I guess. Oh, it's not really. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to find this. Because I don't know what this was called. Oh, Oh yeah, it's Ken NL. Okay, there we go. I found it. Ken NL. I was close. Kind of surprised it didn't work. Assets for your game. Yeah, so go to this. Oh, Kenny NL. Okay, great. Yeah, go to the game assets subreddit, I guess, and you can probably find something from there. Roguelike characters. Yeah, this is Kenny's stuff. Okay, got it. Yeah, so I think we need major only buffs. So we're going to say increased missile range. What else can we modify here? Let's say increased artillery splash damage. We'll say major is plus 50 damage and minor is plus 15 damage. That's actually not very appealing. Let's change this to 20, I guess. And let's get like 3 or 4 more of these. Regen, yeah, that's a good one. Bonus regen. We'll say major is going to be plus. Actually, this could get pretty crazy. So let's say plus 15. Minor is going to be plus 5. And what else do we have here? Oh, speed, yeah. So lower cooldown on all terminators. This is pretty crazy too, because this is like, wow, everything you do got faster. So we're going to say minus 3% and minor is minus 1%. That alone, let's see, over the course of the match, let's think of what this would do. So you get, a match lasts for what, 14 minutes. So 14 times 60 is how many seconds there are. So 840 ticks in a match, because a tick is 1 second. And so if you're saving 3% of that, so you're doing 0.97 times 840, you are shaving off 26 seconds. Well, 25 seconds really. You're shaving off 25 seconds. So it's like you gained an extra 25 turns in the game. But then 1% means that you're only saving 8 seconds. Also, this is pretty dependent on how long matches last. So maybe we change this to... Oh, God, this is really tough. Maybe it's just a major buff. I don't know. Let's just try this for now. You guys can help me figure this out of whether the balance is good. So how many do we have? Like I said, I wanted, I think, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So we want 3 more. Wimble says, will these only be for certain types of matches, or will it become like a Call of Duty perk system? I don't know how Call of Duty perks work. But this won't be for just certain kinds of matches. Let's find out. Perks. Oh, wait, no. Perks are based on some persistence, I believe. I know very little about Call of Duty. Yeah, unlock levels. Yep. And then what? You get to pick a perk before you even enter a match? So here's how these are going to work, Wimbles. At the very beginning of every match, everyone gets to choose one major buff. So you see me listing out major versions here. And you'll get an option, you'll get to pick one of 3 of these things. So you might be presented with this one and this one and, I don't know, this one. And you might say, okay, minus damage taken, I don't know about that. Missile range, I don't even have missiles, so let's go with life leech. And then, okay, there, for the rest of that match, you've got 15% life leech on all of your attacks. So later in the game, so that one was given to you at the very beginning of the game, and that only lasts for the total of, 13 minutes of the game lasts. Well, at different points throughout the game, you'll have opportunities to get more buffs, and it'll be based on how well you did for an objective. So if you did not complete the objective, you'll be given a list of buffs to pick from, but they'll be the minor versions. So now all of a sudden you'll be given this one and this one and, I don't know, this one. And you'll only get the minor version. So you'll say, okay, this one requires that I change my code. I'm not really good at coding, so I'm not going to pick this one. Landmines. Oh, I've got landmines. Oh, let's pick this one. My landmines will last 3 turns longer than they normally do. And there, you don't even need to change your code for this necessarily. You just get this buff. You choose them for your class, usually 3, but some wildcards let you give up a slot for more perks, etc. That's a cool idea. Yeah, so I think this is going to be really awesome because every game that you play is going to be slightly different, and you could get, I don't know, some really good buff at the beginning of the match, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're way better than everybody else because someone else might get a really good buff. And don't forget, everyone on the team is getting this. So if it's a 5 versus 5, then there's going to be a lot of weird things flying around there. Like you might have maybe just randomly 2 people got this, like increased landmine time, and then that match is just filled with landmines, whereas normally you don't have to deal with landmines as much. So it'll be very hard to balance, definitely. We're going to have to figure this out, and we're going to curate this list very closely. So I want to come up with 3 more of these. Let's go pick some more. Actually, this one, I really like this idea. So lower post-teleport cooldown. We're going to say that the major version is minus... Wait, how do we do this? No, we can't do minus. Well, I guess we could. We can say minus 30%, and the minor version is minus 10%. Is that appealing enough? So minus 30% cooldown. And again, I'm not really trying to balance, but I want to think about this at least, because we're going to balance all this later. Right now, your post-teleport cooldown is 400%. So if you subtract 30%, it's going to turn into 280%, which essentially puts your tier 1 teleport at the rank of tier 3, but it only costs you 1 slot. But you can't guarantee that you'll get it at the beginning of the match, which is why that in itself is sort of a balancing thing. But let's say you got it on this. So now that'd be minus 75%. So it went from 250% down to 175. That is crazy. Okay, I like this. I definitely like this. Panda says, I just had an idea. Can you use scanners for looking for landmines to avoid them? Yes, that already exists in the game, but it's not a great system. Right now, you can already call a function that's called reveal mines, but we're going to change how this works. Right now, the way that it works is your bot, let's just take a quick picture here. Your bot, let's say you are this HAL bot. So you can see roughly this much of the arena. I just took an arbitrary screenshot, right? But you can only see 5 tiles in every direction. So when you call reveal mines, all of a sudden you're like, there's a landmine here, there's a landmine here, there's a landmine here, The problem is, as soon as you move out of range of them, like if you move down to here, you now stop revealing these mines. And that's not great. That's probably not how you want to do this as a user. So we're going to change it to eventually. I'm not going to get to this for probably a while. But you're going to call reveal landmines, and it'll just put a buff on your bot for something like 3 turns. And for those 3 turns, you can see landmines around you. So now you can move, and then instead of trying to move up here, you'll be like, no, there's a landmine. I'm not going to do that. If you really want to move up, you can move up still, but you will blow up. So probably don't want to do that. Grantifer says, morning, thanks for hosting me last night. Had an awesome time. Oh, good. I'm glad. And yeah, I don't like leaving my computer and having someone host it still, which is why I know it sounded like a really short time, but I felt like, okay, I got to get going. I'm gonna cut this off now. I watched for a bit. Actually, I later came back to my computer and started playing Hearthstone, and then I was watching, and this was right around the time where you were having a problem. You had a file that was set up like this, app.get, you had something here, and then a function request response, and you had a file that looked something like this, and you were wondering why app wasn't there, and I thought, I could help, but I'm not logged in. And I was playing Hearthstone at the time. So, yeah, I should have paid closer attention. And anyway, how high will the skill cap of Botland be, do you think? So here's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that, and remember, this is an ideal. I'm hoping that to get into Botland takes like next to no skill at all, and then to start playing and having fun takes no skill at all. But then yes, at the high levels, so once you increase in rank and you want to play more competitive matches, that now you are faced with a lot of choices in each match. And it's our job as game designers to make sure that we provide you those choices. Oh, good, Grantifer. Okay. And by the way, I got sort of a through the looking glass feel last night because I felt like, Grantifer's working right now, and I wanted to tell you a couple of things about like Twitch info, and I think there's something else I mentioned about Phantom Bot, and I thought, but I'm interrupting by doing that, so now I know what it's like to be on both sides. Kitty Play says, what game are you working on? I am working on Botland. So this is a game about automation. You make bots. So I've got something like landmines and thrusters here, and then you write code for the bots. And so here I've got this visual language. You can also use JavaScript if you want. And then once you've done that, you deploy these bots into the arena, and they just work based on the code that you gave them. So I've written these landmine bots here. They're running around moving using landmines. And so the goal is to get as many points by the end of the match as you can. And so you can see the leaderboards here. Like, I have 0 kills. I'm doing great. But the red team, the team that I'm on, has 2, and the blue team has 3. And eventually they'll walk into my landmines, and then hopefully that counts as a kill for me. Let's see. Come on, Mark. Good. Okay, Mark just died. I got a kill. Great. So, yeah. And if you want to get access to the game, you can go here. Alliterative Arts asks, is there such thing as overhealth or shields? There is definitely shields right now. Overhealth might not exist. Not sure about that. But shields, I'll show you really quickly. So let's get rid of this landmine-filled arena. I'll show you a shield bot. So we'll do this. We'll say shield and missiles. And let's put thrusters on as well. So what we're going to say is, we'll say fire missiles if we can fire missiles. Otherwise, let's shield ourselves. Otherwise, let's just move left. So let's deploy this as the arts bot. And there it is. And it's got a shield on itself. So now you can see a second life bar beneath it. And that life bar, well, the shield's temporary, and it just went away because it only lasts for like 5 turns. So it's going to eventually use a shield on itself again. Good, now it should. Oh, it can shoot it. Its code says to shoot bots when it can. There, it put a shield on itself. And unfortunately, it's never getting hit while it has a shield on it. All right, let's just deploy another couple of these. We'll eventually see it happen. Okay, well, this is where, let's change our code. How about this? Let's do this. Set item to find closest enemy bot. And then if exists item, then let's try shielding ourselves. So here's where we put the move down here and then the shield over here. And then let's save this, and I'll have to refresh for right now. Will there be other game modes than deathmatch? I will talk about that in a second. Hang on. I'm going to try to deploy this bot. Let's call it the arts bot again. Okay, so now they only shield when they're in sight of an enemy bot. And now you see the shield working. There we go. It took out about 60% of the shield life. So yep, that's as far as shielding goes. There is no overhealing right now. It's not to say there won't ever be. So Naro says, will there be other game modes in deathmatch? What we'd talked about originally is we'll have tons of different game modes, right? Capture the flag and deathmatch, and that's what I've always been saying on stream. Well, there are a couple of things with that. One is that if Botland only has, let's say, 200 players, then you don't want to have different game modes, because now those players are sort of competing for each other's time across those game modes. So imagine in a game like World of Warcraft, you've got Battlegrounds, and you queue up for Battleground A. I don't know if this is how World of Warcraft works, but you're not queuing up for Battleground B. So now, if there were 100 players and each one wants Battleground A or Battleground B in an even chance, then you really only got 50 players playing the game that you want to play. So we didn't want to fragment the player base, and what we thought of a good compromise for this is we're going to have secondary objectives. So I've been talking about this buff system. The way that you get your first buff is just by starting the game. The way that you get your next buff is by completing this objective. And this objective could be something like capture the flag or harvest resources, or things that we would have done in other game modes. So no, Naro, no problem with questions. You should definitely ask. And yeah, so let's come up with 2 more of these buffs. I want to look at other hardware and just kind of see where can we make certain changes. Let's do something with Zapper. Let's do increase. No, Zapper duration doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? Zapper has damage, duration, and cooldown. So if we made the duration something like triple what it normally is, I think it might be interesting, but it's, I don't know. Alliterative Art says, I'm wondering if percentage-based bonuses feel impactful from the player perspective. I've always tended toward buffs, abilities that grant normally unavailable abilities. Makes you feel like you're cheating the system somehow. So yeah, a lot of what you, in Botland right now, what you're seeing is a total of, I think, like 12 options here, maybe 13. In the real game, there's going to be probably more than 100. and you won't even be picking them inside the game. So the example I've been giving is like there's lasers. Lasers do 100 damage. Imagine if there's something called bounce lasers, and bounce lasers do 80 damage, and then if there's a nearby enemy after that, they bounce for 40 more damage. So in the worst case, they're doing 80% damage. In the best case, they're doing 120% damage. This is something where if you configured your bot to have this, you've got it now. We could say that there's a buff where we say lasers now bounce. And now you don't need bounce lasers, and so you're doing 100 damage and then 150 damage. And that'd be cool. Like, we will probably do something like that. But granting new abilities, we will probably just have base hardware that grants those abilities. And hey, Twitch. As far as the percentage bonuses go, these are things that need to be stackable, or mostly need to be stackable, because you'll get a lot of different buffs over the course of the game. I think 3. I know that's not a lot. I made it sound like it's going to be like millions or something. But you'll get 3 buffs over the course of the game. And it might be that you get damage dealt and that you get, teleport cooldown. You get to pick to some extent. So, yeah, we'll figure this out. Part of the reason why I'm doing this now is because the game is already live, playable in sort of the dev version right now. So I want to prototype it and see, do you guys find this fun? What are the kinds of strategies? Because one of the risks that we run, let's say I did something like this. Let's say I said plus Zapper duration, and I said major is plus 10 turns. If you take a look, Zapper lasts 4 turns, 5 turns, or 6 turns. So by saying that it lasts plus 10, now all of a sudden you really only need level 1 on your bot. So what if people end up making bots that they're like, okay, I have missiles 3, I have cloaking 3, and those are the things that I want. Let's put Zapper 1 just in case I end up getting this random buff. Like, we do need to be a little bit careful about how we design this stuff. Now, I think this is a bad strategy, by the way, of preparing for buffs. Because like I said, there are going to be hundreds of these things. So the odds of you actually getting something that affects Zapper at all is going to be pretty low. Hey Gliz, and Wrath of the Pharaoh says, where are you living? Waited for your stream today. Day almost over here. I am living in Washington State. I have not really narrowed it down more than that. And yeah, cool to hear that you were waiting for the stream. Alliterative Art says, are you looking for minor swings that will accrue over the match or big swings that last only briefly? So what I'm looking for is for you to have strategic options to win a match. Now, a match only lasts something like 13 minutes. So at the very beginning, you get a major buff, and that is applied for the entire match. Or, well, not necessarily, actually. There could be some temporary buffs, too. But if we assume that the buffs are at least relatively balanced, then there's an even playing field going in. So this is like a proof by induction almost. Like, you've started at a base point, now we've introduced a balanced thing, so you're still balanced. Now here's where things get a little bit different. 3 minutes, here's how a match is going to look. Let me open up this file. We go to Botland Holiday Prototype here. So this is how a match is going to look, and I'll put this in its own file so that there's nothing else distracting here. From -1 minutes to 0 minutes, it's pre-match, and you pick your first buff. Then for the first minute of the match, you're just experimenting and seeing what enemies are doing, maybe changing your code around. Then for the next 3 minutes, you finally get an objective. And your objective might be something like harvest 10 resources or something along those lines, something pretty easy to understand. And now it is in your best interest to change your strategy to accomplish this objective. Because if you do, then at the 4-minute mark, you will get a major buff and everyone else will get minor buffs. And that's the difference between, plus 15% life leech as opposed to plus 5%. So it is something that changes over the course of the game that you get to just keep, but that other players have this ability to get too. So it's producing competition, and it's a zero-sum game. It's not like everyone can get major buffs. So our entire goal was expand a player's decision tree in a fun way, of course. So I'm not sure how we can change Zapper here. Cloaking, also, I'm not totally sure about. Melee, no, I don't want to modify too much of this stuff. Maybe we just stop here. How many do I have? 10. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's go with this for right now, because even this is going to take a long time for us to get done with. So let's close these things, and Alliterative Art says, so the buffs will be permanent rather than consumable. They'll be permanent with respect to a match. So a match only lasts something like 13 or 15 minutes. What did I say here? 13 minutes? Yeah, 13 minutes. So a match lasts 13 minutes. They're permanent for that time, yes. Then a new match starts, and you can kind of see this happening on the server already. It says that there's 10 minutes left in the match. For right now on the server, once this ticks down to 0, there's some post-game time where you can look at the leaderboard, and then the next match starts. And now all the buffs that you had before, they're gone. But you get to pick new ones. So I think it'll be interesting. I think what it's going to do is, look, this is a game about automation. Coming up with a way to make automation fun for people in the short term, I don't think is too hard. Coming up with a way to make automation fun in the long term is very hard because it's automation. And automation means that you are not necessarily doing anything. It is controlling itself. For that, we need some sort of manual interaction in the game, but we need to make it in such a way that we haven't undermined the idea of automation. And that's where, yes, this is a very tough game design problem. And what we think is we've got a good idea here, and we're going to prototype it and find out if it's good. So at some point, what we need to do is we need to code all of these buffs now, and then test them out, and then put in the buff system. So there are two different ways to approach this. I think what I'm going to do for right now is code up these buffs. And yeah, I will need to test this out. Oh boy. Yeah, but this will be a fun day. I think this will be good. So let's start code each. Actually, I'll just do it this way. Let's take, instead of the, let's search for this. And let's do, oh, whoops. Okay, we got to search for it differently. We got to search for this as a caret. Nope, but that goes there. Nice. Except for I want that exact number of spaces. Slash. Perfect. So now where did my to-do list go? There it is. So we say find, and then we do I'm actually not sure because I don't know how to search just by regex here. Huh. Interesting. I guess I can't cumulatively do this, huh? Oh well, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, let's just manually change this then. I'm not a fan of manually changing things. I like using shortcuts. Okay. Oops. Okay, well that wasn't too bad anyway. Next. What's the name of my keyboard? There it is. Alliterative says, I'm just wary of the decreased effectiveness of buffs like the cooldown buffs since they naturally lose effectiveness later in the game. Yeah, actually that's a good point. Something like this would lose effectiveness. I could see that. Something like Life Leech is just always going to be a buff. Yeah, that's actually something we didn't think about. I think we should... So there are a couple of solutions for that too, by the way. One thing that you could do is you could say, toward the end of the game, this gets to be 9%, or like 6% in the mid game and 9% in the end game. And that way it is always relevant. So let's set this back to 3 for right now. Another way we could do this is this just doesn't show up after the first round of buffs. But I'm definitely going to add that to a thing to talk about. So talk about decreasing effectiveness of some buffs as the game goes on, e.g. lower cooldowns are great at the beginning, but not so great at the end when you're maybe only saving like 2 to 3 turns. We could increase the effectiveness of these buffs, or we could not show these buffs as options to players. Now the other thing is alliterative. Let's say we did absolutely nothing to address this problem. Remember that you're going to see some random selection of 3 of these things. So you might get that, and then you might get lower cooldown. If you're given these 3 options, you as a player knowing, wait a second, the match is about to end, you'll probably just go with damage dealt. You'll pick that. So in a sense, by not even doing anything, we've just kind of pushed that decision to the player. Now, you could get 3 bad choices, in which case, yes, there is a minor problem there, I'd say. Kutskinny says you can add buffs that randomly appear on the field the bots can pick up or something. So I think the problem with adding buffs that appear on the field that bots can pick up, there are two different ways. And this is something that's so core to Botland and designing for automation that I do want to talk about. Let's say buffs randomly appeared on the field. One, you have a question. So let's say buffs randomly appear on the field. So you have a big decision point to make, which is, can bots detect this? If the answer is yes, then watch what I'll do. I will do this. I will go into my code. I'll say this. Find closest buff. We'll say B equals find closest buff. If exists B, pursue B. I add this to all of my bots, and I never have to make a decision again. And that's why this is sometimes like, it's not necessarily a good idea to just add things to the arena. Now, let's say you chose no. So the yes answer is I modify my code and never think about it again. And then you might say, okay, well, what if there were buffs that might not help you? But then again, you need to, there's something where you eventually come to the conclusion where you say, okay, no. And then here's what the problem is that I, as a human, can see that there's a buff here. My bot can't detect it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rewrite my code every single turn, essentially, to say something like, here's what we'll have. We'll have a init equals function. We'll say buff x equals undefined, buff y equals undefined. And then in your update function, you'll say something like, if exists buff x, then move to buff x, buff y. So now I put this in my code, and now I see, again, I'm looking at this from a human perspective, not from the bot's perspective. Hey, there's a buff at this tile. All right, what tile is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, it's 10, 1. So now I set this to 10, I set this to 1, and I have essentially just kind of removed some of the decision making from this and instead changed it to tedium. And that's what we have to be really careful about, and that's where I feel like we need some manual only interaction that changes the strategic layout of the game for you. And like I said, what we came up with here is buffs. We think this is a good start. Now we're going to prototype this, and hopefully by the end of next week, you guys are playing this and you're saying, wow, that really sucked, Adam, or yeah, this is awesome. I really like this idea. And that'll be great feedback. And based on what we get from that, we either pursue this or we pivot strategies a bit and we go with something else. So we think it'll be fun. This is the short story, TLDR. We think it'll be fun. If it's not fun, we change it. We still have some time to do that. We have leeway in our design. This is one of the big reasons why I'll just stop there. Okay, so we got to code all these buffs now. Needs more RNG. And that's actually one of the things we wanted to avoid in the base game. There's very little random number generation in the base game. Reflect has a chance to reflect. All these other things are just, they do damage, or they cloak, or they reflect, or they do something else. However, having random number generation at the player level that is somewhat balanced, I think is okay. And if you have a game with absolutely no randomness and it's an automation game, I feel like it'll end up being boring. Because it's about automation. And if the automation doesn't change at all, then you can account for all parameters and then there's nothing else to do. So yeah, Botland's a very interesting design space, and I hope it doesn't sound like I'm just shooting down everything people are saying or something, but there's a lot of thought that we put into this. And when I meet with Ian, we have like 2-hour-long conversations where we just talk about, all right, let's talk about how buffs are going to work. Let's just hammer out all these details, and we'll get focused on a particular issue for like 10 minutes of, okay, you just picked a buff. Here, I'll give you a real example of what happened in our last conversation. We were talking about buffs, and we said, we came up with this schedule that I had here. Yeah, so you pick a buff at the beginning. Okay, then you deploy your bots. All right, then you get an objective. All right, then at the 4-minute mark, you're getting another buff. Now, what happens when your buff is something like this? Damage dealt when your X coordinate is even. Well, that's pretty powerful, right? That's plus 20% damage. So you say, all right, I want to modify my code. But wait a second, my bots are already deployed. Like, I can't modify the code of bots that are already deployed. So I want to remove my bots from the arena. So we talked about what would it take for you to be able to do that. What if you just clicked your bot and you could kill it? But then that has an implication in that you could be taking kills away from the enemy because you're killing your own bots. Well, what if you exploit that? What if we don't give you enough of these? What if there are so many what ifs from there and we need to hammer them all out. So yeah, in the end, I think we have at least done a decent job, but it needs to, the proof is in the pudding. So let's eat lots of pudding and code all these buffs and then find out, is this fun? So let's start with plus damage dealt. Well, no, we need to come up with a buff system at first, I think. So it's like code buff framework. Let's think of how this is. This is some buffs are player wide and some are bot specific. Actually, really all buffs are player wide right now. So what we could say is buffs go on the player, and then when a bot is created, the bot gets a buff component. I think this is the best way of doing something. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to have our player class. We'll have a list of buffs. And maybe this is something we iterate over. Maybe it's an object. I'm not totally sure yet. And a buff will have an ID. This .id is something like constant.buff ID. Or no, that'd be like a buff. We do something like hardware constants. Yeah. How do we do this right now? We export IDs. How do we do this right now? When we say hardware slot configuration, hardware constants, that's what we define this as. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna have like buff constants .ids damage dealt. Yeah, so we'll have an ID. We'll have a value. Value equals 15. I guess it could be like a percentage or something. Not all of these might be values, or we need to have some application system to know how to use these. So then we can have an add buff system which takes in a buff, and we say this dot buffs buff dot get ID equals buff. And then in the arena we have create bot, and we take in, well, let's take a look at what we take in. So we go into here. Yeah, we take in all of this stuff. So let's cut out some of the things that don't really matter here. Basically, we take in an owner and some code. Actually, really none of that matters. It's just owner that matters. So you take in an owner, and you eventually make the bot entity. Bot entity equals like somehow create this. We already have that code. Then later you're going to say something like go through all player buffs and add applicable buffs to this bot. So something might be you have let's put like example code here. You have player equals new player dot add buff new damage dealt buff 15. So then in here, when we go through all of the buffs, we would say something like bot entity dot add component new damage dealt buff 15. See, I'm not sure how we want to do this exactly. Alliterative art says, is every bot receive the buff, or will the next X bots get the buffs? So what I'm hoping is, since we have so much variety, we need so much variety here. Since we need so much, we'll probably do a lot of different systems here. Some of these will be of the variety, yep, all of your bots get this. They all get 15%. Some will be, maybe, imagine something like this. For the next 2 minutes, all your bots get deployed with an 80% reflect shield. So now, if you had reflect in your strategy already, you'll want to cut it out because then you'd have duplicated it. And if you don't have it, then now you got a buff, which is pretty powerful, but doesn't last forever. So yeah, we will probably have different ways of doing that, alliterative arts. Okay, I think designing the system is going to be very important, and I think it's not something that's trivial either. So I'm going to start to put this in a new file. All right, let's put this here. So we keep track of the buffs. I feel like keys are buff IDs, values are buffs. But then when we go through to apply all of the buffs, we'd probably do something like apply buffs to a bot entity, or really an entity, owner entity. So we need to get all of the different buffs, and this is where This is where things can get complex. Some of the questions I have as I'm coming up with this is, let's do this. So one, well, do buffs have their own class, e.g. damage dealt buff versus buff with id dot damage dealt? And I don't want to have some crazy inheritance structure here. So let's say considerations favor composition over inheritance, and let's figure out the best way to do that. See, the thing is, I also don't want some crazy type checking system where I say, all right, in apply buffs, let's do const all buffs equals owner.getBuffs, and then we say we iterate over all buffs, we say const buff equals this. Alliterative art says, this is probably jumping ahead, but how is a player going to visualize their buffs on the bots in the UI? I think some buffs might show on your bot, but I think it would get very noisy if they did that. So I think they would mostly show in the UI. As far as enemy buffs, I don't know if you'd even be able to see what they are. And maybe you can. Maybe we let you do that. I'm not sure from a game design perspective. I'm saying from a UI perspective, I am nowhere near the final UI of this game. This is all going to change, the stuff that you see here. So same thing with buffs. I probably won't even code a UI for it at first, and then eventually we'll get to it. If it's hidden, then how do you counterplay? Yeah, that's true. And for some of this stuff, there's not even a counterplay necessarily. Like, someone gets plus damage dealt, how does that even change your strategy? It probably doesn't change it too much. And that's why I'm wondering, do we have you as a player kind of look into, whoa, that bot's doing a lot of damage, and that bot is healing life when it does damage. So we've got to figure out where we want to provide information. And eventually, right now, there's no way for you to get what hardware an enemy bot has on the client. Like, you're not even sent that information. However, what you are sent is this stuff. Like, hey, that bot just shot artillery. So I know for a fact it's got artillery on it now. And then as far as what level artillery it has, well, let's just take a look at how much damage it dealt. If it dealt 300, I know it's level 1. If it dealt 450, I know it's level 2. So right now, it's something you can kind of reverse engineer. In the future, it's probably something that it'll be either harder to do that, or maybe we make it a point so that you can do it. I'm not sure. We still need to plan that out. So, okay, this is where I'm wondering, how do you actually apply a buff? Now, what we could do here is, what we say is this dot apply buffs, owner and bot entity. So could do something like if buff.id equals buff IDs dot damage dealt, then add a damage dealt component. This is where there will probably be lots and lots of components if I did things this way. And buffs would essentially then be components that could also be added to the player. Or maybe, so this is one way I guess you could do this. Method 1, create a new buff. I don't think this is the best way though. I think, so method 2 is clone the player's buff. That's probably the most interesting way of doing this. We say .add component, we say buff.clone. That way this code is not concerned at all with this. We just need to check something like this. Well, this is method 1 in itself, really. Method 2 is if buff dot applies to bots, then we say just clone it and add it. Now, something somewhere needs to be, so for example, code execution system. We have fire lasers, and this is going to be projectile, fire projectile. Yep, here we go. So we figure out the damage, and this is done in fire projectile. So let's do this. We're going to put this over here. We're going to say that we have fire projectile, And that takes in all of this stuff. And we need to say if this dot active bot dot has component. Yeah, we need to do something like damage dealt, or this dot active bot dot has component, maybe like missile damage dealt. We need to check for a lot of different things. Then we'd say, yeah, damage times equal, buff dot get value. But we don't know if it's constant or if it's, yeah, there need to be something where we have all the information we need. And yeah, the buff class itself, does it have a value? How does it accommodate everything else? What if, so this is good for buffs like life leech, damage dealt, etc. How do we accommodate something like, how do we want to say this? Uh, 5% chance on being hit to counter with lasers. Do we even have that as a buff? Do I even worry about this until we get to that point? So when we make a player, we add a buff. I guess this would be a component that we're adding. And this is where I said, let's favor composition over inheritance. So what we could do is make a, what's that pattern called? Like a builder pattern here. We could just do something like player.add buff new, or we could say const buff to add equals new buff. Buff dot set ID buff constants dot IDs dot damage dealt. Buff dot set value 15. Alliterative art says, do you want to track fractions since that'll make balancing the numbers a bit easier later? Yeah, that's already being done essentially. If you have, if something for some reason did a damage of like 0.6, that would already be done. That would already be handled. So what I don't like about this is that there's no framework then for setting a buff. Like you could make a damage dealt buff and just not set the damage value. And how do we show these in the UI? Like when we randomly roll buffs. How do you show buffs in the UI? I guess we need to know which buffs you've shown before. So that's just an array of IDs. And need to know whether you're generating minor or major. So there needs to be some gigantic list of all of the possible buffs that there could be. Yeah. Okay, so then we can say player.add buff here. So what are the pros and cons of this? Pros, only set what we need. That's actually kind of a con as well. Con is you may make a buff that doesn't make sense because a variable is left out. And that's where I'd imagine that there'd be some crazy buff system that does this for us. So we'd say there's a buff system and we have in it make buff constants dot IDs dot damage dealt 15. So what this would take in is a buff ID and then any other params, and we'd say buff equals new buff dot set ID buff ID, and then we could have some. This is not good. But let's say we did something like this. Actually, you know what we could do? We could do something like if util.exists params.value. We could just do buff.setValue params.value. Alliterative says you have something that tells you what round you're in, right? I'm not sure what you mean by round. So a match is what we're calling a game, I guess, and a game is split into three different phases. There's pre-game, there's in-game, and there's post-game. And post-game is essentially not a phase. It is for right now because I only have one server, but eventually it'll be pre-game, in-game, and then you're free to leave whenever you want. And pre-game only lasts for 1 minute. So are you able to tell what phase you're in? No, because you can't deploy bots in the pre-game phase. So the only time you can ever deploy bots, you're in-game. So bots don't have a need to know what phase they're in. And hey, Angdrw. How do you want your name pronounced, by the way? Angdrw. How do you want your name pronounced? Sorry, round equal whatever number of buff pick cycle you're in. Oh, I see. If it is something that people want in the game, it's easy enough for us to add, so I don't see any problem with putting something like that in. We could say, how many buffs have I gotten? Is it 0, 1, 2, or 3? Well, it can't be 0. It's 1, 2, or 3. Yeah, we could always add that in. However, that's not something that I think your bot necessarily needs to know. I think that's something you as a player need to know, and it's something that you would learn after 1 or 2 games of, oh, every time it's the 4-minute mark, I'm getting a buff. Every time it's the 8-minute mark, I'm getting a buff, or 10-minute mark, or whatever I said it was going to be. And then you as a player would just say, all right, since I know what time it is, I know how many buffs I should have. And there will be a UI for at least looking at your own buffs at that point, so you'd be able to check that too. But you were mentioning wanting to increase certain buffs depending on when they came up. Oh, so if you're asking, do I, as the creator of the game, know what round we're in? Yes. I thought what you were asking is, do you, as a player, have access to that information? I guess what would be helpful is knowing what is your motivation in asking the question. And Andrew is fine. All right. I figured as I was jokingly saying Andrew that your name is probably Andrew. So let's say just Andrew. Alright, so is something like this even a good idea? Now what we say is, so this is method 1, is this, like we set this here. We set values here. Well, this is method 1 actually. Method 1, a class for each buff. I don't know how I feel about that. We need something that'll type check though. So pros, a buff can't be invalidly formed. Cons, millions of classes. Yeah, so then method 2. We set values here. So pros only set what we need. Con you may make a buff that doesn't make any sense. Yep, there's that. Then we try this one. Great, so method 3 now is const buff equals buff system dot make buff constants dot ids dot damage dealt, and then we say something like value 15 player dot add buff. So the pro of this system, pros, the buff system can contain all logic for checking the buff to ensure parameters are properly set. It can also inject any extra parameters, like is applicable to bot. Okay, so that's the pro. The con, I don't really know if there is a con here. Maybe this is the system we go with, at least for this particular thing. There's a buff system and it knows how to make buffs. So you pass in an ID and then you pass in whatever else is needed. So let's take a look at make buff. I guess what we could do is something like this. At the end of here we could say this dot validate buff. So, hey Destodom. So validate buff is going to take in a buff. We'll say const buff ID equals buff dot get ID. And we say if buff ID equals, so this is where things would get a little bit more complex. We could do something like this. If underscore dot, I'm just gonna say contains because I don't know what the actual Lodash function is. If like we say all value buffs, comma buff, and not util.exists buff dot value, then we can assert false. Buff does not have a value. So we can do something like that, and then somewhere in here we need to say, so previously we would have done this. We would have said like all value buffs equals an array of IDs. So we say buff dot buff ID. All value buff IDs. Yeah, and we do something like IDs dot damage dealt needs it, and damage taken, and whatever else, life leech. And so we can kind of classify buffs this way. That way we have a validation system. We can know if something is improperly formed. And then when we make a buff, we just need to make sure that you're passing in the value. You'll have an assert when it isn't. It should be a programmer error, so I fix it once and then it's done forever. So we need a way for randomly generate 3 buffs. Well, randomly generate buffs, I should say. So num buffs to generate. Buff IDs not allowed, and there's something else here. Oh yeah, major or minor is major. So, and let's comment this as though I were writing the function so that I know what these things would be. I don't even know how that just happened. Okay, so the number of buffs to generate. Probably always 3. Buff IDs not allowed would be an array of number. The list of buff IDs that can't be generated because we've already seen them before. Great. And then is major is a Boolean, true if major, false if minor. False if we want to generate a major buff. False if a minor buff. And then what are we returning? An array of buffs. Okay, no need to save. We're not writing real code here. And again, I'm just designing the buff system. I just want to see, that's why I'm typing all this into like a single file right now. I just want to see how is this going to work from end to end before I start coding it. Alliterative says, do you never want to see the same buff come up? Yeah, I don't think you do. As a player, I don't think you do. As a game designer, I want to make what's fun for the player, but there's no real game design reason for preventing it. And it's a double-edged sword, right? You might see, so you get a choice of 3 buffs, You might say buff A, like super crazy awesome buff. And then buff B might be like moderately effective buff. And then buff C is like terrible buff. In this case, you're going to pick buff A. And you're like, okay, great. And I'm glad these are never going to show up because they weren't really that good. So that's pretty cool. Now what happens if it turns out that now you're presented with, oh my god, these are all crazy good. But I know that whatever I pick, that's it. I can never find these other ones again. So in that sense, it's a double-edged sword. In this case, it helps you. In this case, it hurts you. I think if you know that you're never going to find the same ones again, you'll at least be able to kind of plan around that. Whereas it would be a pretty bad feeling if you got something like, they were all terrible buffs, or at least not applicable. None of them are really going to be terrible, but they weren't applicable to you. And then you find them again later and you think, I just got shafted this game because I didn't get good buffs. So yeah, I think we're going to prevent you from seeing buffs more than once. And that's why we have this buff IDs not allowed. So how do we do this? We say for num buffs to generate, good. And this is not actually this. We're going to say const buffs equal that. And as soon as we get an ID, so we're going to eventually need a buff ID to generate, equals foo. We need to figure this out, whatever that is. And then we say buff IDs not allowed dot push buff ID to generate. So whatever this foo function is, foo needs to take into account buffs that you can't generate and whether you want a minor/major one. Okay. Alliterative says, should the buffs be is it okay that there are non-applicable buffs? Yeah, I think it's okay. I think that does mean that there is a world where you get presented with 3 non-applicable buffs. And we could prevent that. There are a lot of factors at play here, and part of this is just going to come down to like, let's wait and see what happens. But part of it too is, here's one of the things we want at least. You will have a certain number of bot bays, and this is not a concept that exists right now. So right now, what I can do is I can say, have I already? Hang on, let me refresh the page just so I'm working from a clean slate. What I can say right now is, oh man, I really need missiles and I need reflect. Okay, go, deploy. Okay, now, something's changed. I want landmines and I want regen. Okay, go, deploy. And now I want teleport and I want lasers. Okay, deploy. What this is you making bots on the fly. That is not going to be a thing in the real game. In the real game, you're going to customize bot bays, which are just these essentially, just your hardware, before you've even entered a game. And then you'll have, like I said, maybe 3 of these. And if you made a bot like this, for example, lasers, teleport, shield, that is now one of your options when you join a game. So when you get a buff presented to you that says makes shield 400% more effective, you might think, oh, now is this bot's chance to shine. Now the thing I was kind of hesitant about talking about, this game is free to play. There are certain things you can buy. They're not supposed to necessarily make you better, but one of the things that we said that you'll probably be able to buy is more bot bays. So you start with 3 and maybe you purchase another 2. Now all of a sudden you can expand the number of archetypes of bots you can have. So I had a lasers and teleport bot, I had a missiles bot, I had an artillery bot, but I didn't have a melee bot really. So now all of a sudden I can put that into my base, and now there are buffs that will affect you a little bit more. So from that perspective, I don't want this to sound like it's a money grab. It's not, but that is part of it. Like if we didn't cut out buffs based on what hardware you have, then it would be more of an incentive for you to expand your hardware. And again, I don't want to sound like I'm like an evil guy who's only concerned about money here, and it's not. But it is a game and it is a business, and we do need to consider that. And if it's not fun, look, I would definitely change that. I don't think we ever want to prioritize money over fun. Otherwise, we would have a lot of different systems in this game. So let's continue designing this. So foo needs to take into account buffs that you can't generate and whether you want a major or minor one, which really just means we need a randomly generate buff function, which takes in buff IDs not allowed, IDs not allowed, and is major. So this generates a single buff. See randomly generate buffs for more details. And then alliterative, I don't know if I indirectly answered your question, but you said, should the buffs be weighted toward what you would want? And yeah, that is possible. So if we decide that players see something like, increased landmine damage, increased missile range, increased artillery splash damage, I don't have any of these things. And chances are you will have at least one of these things, by the way. If you have 3 bot bays, there are only so many of what we're calling like base hardware. Like lasers is a base hardware. And I mentioned earlier that there's going to be, I already closed that tab. There's going to be something like bounced lasers. That is still affected by any lasers buffs. So the odds of you not having any of these things is pretty low. Anyway, let's carry on here. So how do we randomly generate a buff? Well, we need to know our list of all IDs, and then we need to know how to create these things. And that's where things get tough. Or do they? Yeah, what we could do is we could just keep track of all of the major and minor buffs. Yeah, we probably would need that actually. This isn't so bad. We would need a list of all possible major and minor buffs. And then the pseudocode for this function is really simple. It's take all major buffs dot filter buff IDs not allowed, and this is just pseudocode. I don't know if this would actually work or if there's a filter function. And then we do dot sample. So that's it. Return a buff from, well, this is like const array to choose buffs to sample equals is major, all major buffs, otherwise all minor buffs. Good. There. So when you randomly generate a buff, you basically just say, give me all the buffs of the kind that I want, and give me a random one of them now, not considering the ones that I've already taken. Then, so you get that. So now that is this dot randomly generate. We take both of these things in here, and then we push this onto that array, and then we return the buffs. So then the question is, where do these things come from? And these would come from the constructor here. So constructor is what's going to say all major buffs and all minor buffs. Also, I want to do something really fast. I haven't done this in a while because we've added more and more of these things that we wanted. It's in here, reverser. Let's say no. We are going to put major and minor in here. Major and minor. Good. And now when I write the word major, I can change it into the word minor at will. Great. Hey, Weedley. So all major buffs equals an array and equals an array here. And now what we could do is all major buffs dot push. We can say this dot make. Actually, this really shouldn't be too bad, I think. We can say buff IDs dot damage dealt and then 15, and that's a major buff. And now the minor version of that is going to be 5%. Great. Oh, except for we can't do it that way. I was close. We have to do it this way. Great. Now we do the same thing here, except for instead of the number 15, we make it the number 5. So in this way, we can form the entire list of buffs pretty quickly. So what are we missing here? Also, let me save this file before I screw this up. Buff prototype.js. So we have a way to randomly generate buffs, and it's pretty simple. We need to keep track of the buff IDs not allowed on the caller side of this. We have a way to randomly generate a single buff. We can validate any buffs that have been created, which is always called for make buff. Make buff is just going to set various parameters here. And in fact, what we should do is something like this. Object dot assign buff comma params. Yeah, that's much better. So now a buff is really just a struct. And do we have the buff class? Yeah, we do. So here's what we're going to do. Buff constructor. It needs an ID. But I guess what we're saying is this is sort of the builder pattern. So let's do this. So set ID, buff ID, this dot ID equals buff ID. This should be up here and say null. And then this should be, that's kind of it. Yeah, that's it. So buff doesn't self-validate. It's validated through the buff system. Then we have a way to add buffs. So we can do something like this, and we can say the same thing for life leech. Life leech, we can just keep adding in new things. We could eventually turn this into all value buffs can be defined a certain way, all value major buffs and minor buffs, and that way it gets even simpler than that. We could do something like all value buffs equals an array of like buff IDs dot life leech, and it's got a value of a major value of 15 and a minor value of 5. Or maybe there's like null here and there is no minor buff for that. And then, well, these would be objects probably, but yes, sure. Great. I like this. I think the pros of this system, so pros, you don't necessarily need both a major and minor version of a buff. What are the cons of this system? I'm not actually totally sure. I don't know if there are any cons that would be addressed better by a different system. I guess it's very verbose in how I'm planning on doing this, but this is something that we can condense this down by using a data file or something like that. So then our make buff, yeah, this is, I guess, method 1. Method 2, cons, can't just define buffs. Well, whatever, I'm not even gonna write that. All right, so then when it comes down to usage, now here's where this code is gonna be peppered all over the code base. Like, what were some of these things? Like landmine time to live. Landmine time to live is read in like one spot in the code base. So now there's going to need to be a buff check there. So what else do we have here? This was example code. What other systems do I need? Player. We have buffs and it's sorted. It's got IDs and buffs. So we add a buff. Okay, that's fine. So then get buffs would be return underscore dot values this dot buffs. So in the arena we create a bot, we get an entity, and then we apply all the buffs from the owner. So buffs would need to know if they're applicable to a bot. Is that even a thing? Yeah, for damage dealt, damage taken, all that stuff makes sense. Time to live, I guess. But if we later added in a buff like you can deploy an extra 5 bots at a time. That would not apply to a bot, but I think that we need to just change the system around at that point. And then as far as components go, we need to figure that out too. So basically all of these should be components. All buffs should be components. Does that make sense? Then we serialize this across the network. Okay, so a buff doesn't necessarily represent something that is applied to a bot. If it is applied to a bot though, then it needs to be a component. So we could make it so that all buffs are components. And in base component we have a serialize, a dispose. Dispose is never needed for a buff. We only have primitive values in there. A name, I guess we just say it's a buff. So it's really buff component or something like that. Then we can differentiate between buff and buff component. That's actually probably a good idea. Yeah. So we can make a buff component, and we could say class buff component, constructor. So this needs to follow how all of these sorts of things work. There's like a static get component name, and this would just be component names.buff. Alliterative says, weren't you saying that a buff applies to the player and that you clone from the player any buffs that apply to bots? Yeah, I was. And so I don't know if I just contradicted myself at all. In my head I haven't, but let me know if you think I have. So we have the buff here, and then all this would take in a buff. And we'd say this.buff equals buff. Perfect. Then we can serialize it. That is going to be... I think the serialize function would just look like this. Return... unless buffs know how to serialize themselves, I'm not totally sure what I would write here. Yeah, I'm not sure. We need to figure this out. So to figure this out. And then there need to be a deserialize also. So static deserialize, serialized buff component. Is that what I wrote this as? Yeah, serialized component. So to figure this out too. All right, so what's left here? So here's how this will really work, I think. At the beginning of a game, here's what we'll do. We'll say, randomly generate buffs. And it takes in, let's just copy all this. So we'll say something like beginning of game. We say const buffs to choose from equals buff system dot randomly generate. Let's generate 3. The IDs that are not allowed are going to be like player.buffs chosen, buffs, seen buff IDs, and then we're going to give them a major buff at the beginning. So beginning of game, generate 3 major buffs for the player to choose from. And then what we say is, now we'd say player.seen buff IDs dot add all. I'm gonna just write this down. This is pseudocode. And then we also say player dot buff choices equals buffs to choose from. Now this would likely need to be note if they already have outstanding buff choices, we should randomly pick one for them and then set this. Andrew says, how do I check how many loyalty points I've got? You can type bang points. And I can type that too for you. So that's what I've done. Anyone can check the number of points of anyone else as well. And there's also a top 10, which lets you see how many points the long-time viewers have, which is what? Oh, did I untype the command? Oh, there it is. Tambrea has 1,703 points. My goodness. Yeah, which actually, just in case you guys are curious, I have been streaming with a bot for 325 hours. Yeah, I started streaming almost 3 months ago. So that's like 100 hours a month, I guess. Well, it's more than that. Okay, so this is how we choose buffs. That's fine. Now, how do we apply buffs? So, new player, add buff. I guess at some point. So then, okay, so that's beginning of game. And let's put this. There's some way. There we go. So we're gonna say beginning of game. So that's this phase. We're gonna say generate 3 major buffs for the player to choose from. Then finally there is something like player chose a buff. So now what we need to do is put that buff on the player. So it'd be like player chose buff ID to do validate that the buff ID exists as a choice right now. So one thing that's kind of interesting in client server games where a server is authoritative is that clients are going to lie. They're going to try to hack whatever system they can. Someone will, at least, not everyone. And so let's say we gave you a choice of these 3 buffs. You pick between these 3. The client's like, no, actually, I'm going to choose bonus regen. If you don't do anything to validate that, then fine, that's the state of the game now. And they just got regen when that wasn't even a choice. So we need to validate that it was even one of their choices, which is why we save buff choices off. So we need to make use of that down here. But sure, I'm just going to write it as a to-do item for right now. So we assume that it's been validated, and then what we do is we say player.add buff, the buff. So then we say const buff equals player.buff choices, buff ID. And then we add the buff there. And then we probably reset buff choices too. Player.buff choices isn't empty right now. Okay, good. Now they've got the buff. So there are 3 sections, I believe. One is you're given the option of a buff. 2 is you've chosen one of those options. And then 3 is the application of that buff. So the application comes in at different points. When a bot is created, we also need to give it to all existing bots. That's something I forgot about. To do apply this buff to all existing bots that deployed by this player. And that is something that we have access to, I think, pretty readily because we have server player, bots deployed. Perfect. So we'll be able to do that. We need to tell the client about that too. So, and tell the client about this. Alliterative says, and what happens on timeout? Say if the player makes no choice before the start of the match. Yeah, and so I'm not totally sure what we want to do there. Obviously, we don't want to just like, you just didn't get a buff. So what I wrote here is if they already have an outstanding choice. So for example, you get a choice at the very beginning of the match and then you get another one at the 4-minute mark. If you haven't picked by the 4-minute mark, we definitely just give you one randomly. Chances are you're not even playing the game if you haven't picked one by the 4-minute mark because that's a third of the game. Now, suppose you haven't picked one by the 2-minute mark. We should probably just randomly choose one for you by then. But I think what we'll probably end up doing is saying, by the 4-minute mark. Because let's say, I don't know. See, a lot of this is tough to predict how players will want to play. But let's say they're given a choice between like this and something else that's situational. I don't know this. And they say, all right, I could pick one before the match even starts, but let's wait and see what the enemies have. Because if they have, I don't know, if they clump units up a lot, I definitely want more splash damage. But I don't know until they've actually chosen that strategy. Now, another way to approach this is you have to pick your first buff before the game starts. And so we just need to figure out what's the best game design decision there. And I don't know what it's going to be. Should the player be allowed to start the match unless they picked one? Yeah, that's what I was just commenting on. I don't know if that's how we'll make them do that. Maybe we force you to pick one by the 0-minute mark. That way you've definitely got your buffs chosen. And something else I should add to talk about at least. Do we force players to choose their first buff before the match has even started? And if they haven't, then we for them. If not, we run the risk of players waiting until they've seen what the enemies have. We also run the risk of them being, well, no. Yeah. What about subsequent buffs? What is the timeout for those? So actually, I'd say subsequent buffs, you could wait up to 4 minutes to pick. You're kind of hurting your team if you don't pick them, though. Should the player be allowed to start the match unless they picked one? Oh, can the players see what the other players picked? Yeah, and that's a question I still don't have an answer to. Can you see what your allies picked? Maybe. Can you see what your enemies picked? Maybe. I'm not sure. You should probably be able to see what your allies picked. What's the advantage for picking buffs quickly if it leaks info to their opponents? So the info isn't necessarily usable info, remember. Like again, if I pick a life leech buff, I don't know how my opponent would change their strategy. It might change my strategy. Maybe now I really want to go for rapid attacks that are going to heal my life. But I don't know if it would change your opponent's strategy much. And knowing that they have landmines, like, yeah, these are things that I think we wait and see how the game plays out. And if it plays out in a way where it's, yeah, people are waiting right until the last minute, you pick whenever you want, and we don't reveal the information until the last minute. Because, yeah, you run into this problem with some other games where there's this, I don't know, even in friendly games you sometimes run into this. I don't know how many of you played Super Smash Bros., but every once in a while I'd play with a friend and I'd pick a character and then they'd go change their character based on what I picked. And I thought, wait, what? You were going to play as Fox and now you're playing as, like, Sheik. Why did you do that? But yeah, sometimes you run into problems where it's like, you got to pick at some point, and at some point you got to make this information known. So we can affect that in this game. This is not like a local multiplayer game, but yeah, just illustrating the problem a bit. So those people are the worst. Well, what's the worst is they switch from Fox to Sheik, so you're like, all right, I'm gonna switch to Marth, and then they switch again to someone else, and then it's very obvious what both players are doing at that point. That has happened, but that's when you just punch them in the shoulder and say, no, you're gonna be Sheik, and we're gonna play this game. No John, son. Create bot, apply buffs. So yeah, the part was then using the buffs. And also, one of the things I didn't talk about here was team-wide buffs, which I really should accommodate right from the beginning. So, plus % damage dealt by team. And there's major only versions of these, I think. So plus 3%. Now, buffs like this, these are very interesting because let's say you're very new to the game. You're brand new, you don't really know what you're doing, maybe you don't know how to code, and you're like, this game idea is cool, but I just want to learn for right now. So you're presented with this option, you say, oh, this is awesome, now I can help my team out without even really having to do anything, I just have to click this button. So we should accommodate that too, and in that sense, there needs to be some team store of buffs. And that is not accommodated by the system yet. So we need to know if a buff is a team buff, if it's not a team buff. Let's figure out, where is our buff system? Yeah, so I guess there are certain things about a buff that we need to know right off the bat. Like, is the buff, is team buff? And that's based on the ID, really. The ID is all we need to know if it's a team buff. We can figure out based on the ID whether or not this is a team-wide buff. And same thing, like applies to bot equals false. See above. So now we can remove that comment. I know, by the way, I know we've spent a lot of time just designing this, but this is a pretty key system to the game. So I want to make sure that this is solid. Then we'll actually get to coding this, and hopefully based on the design, it turns out to be super easy because we've thought of all the problems we'll run into. And then we're not mired in a bunch of different file changes yet. So team buffs. Let's see, how would we go about constructing all of our buffs? Where do we, this part. Oh, I guess we don't really need to worry about that, do we? We could just say something like this. Team-wide damage dealt. We could have some convention where all the team-wide buffs start with the word team-wide, but yeah, and then this would be like 3, and there just wouldn't be a minor version of it. Okay. So now the application of them. So this was the whole code execution system bit. In Fire Projectile, there are, 50 mods that modify your damage somehow, or that modify how you deal damage, or the target's damage, and there's so much that needs to be done here. So we need to take into account our damage dealt, our target's damage reduction, our life leech, our whatever else we have. I don't know, maybe there's something that says every time you deal 500 damage you heal to full, or something like that, or every time you deal 2000 damage you heal to full. Hey Walter. Panda says, hey Adam, do you have an MMO mouse with the buttons on the side, don't you? Do you use them for coding macros? So I use it as sort of a second keyboard, and a lot of you have seen me do this before. Oh, also I guess my mouse is in the screen. So yeah, with my left hand over here, you can see I'm not touching my keyboard right now, but I use this switch between tabs a lot and moving around inside a tab, even to the actual arrow level. So I can go to this eye and like change that character, delete this entirely actually. I could make new lines. I can go home and end here. So I basically treat it as another keyboard. And one of the things I like doing with this is, yeah, if I want to go like, oh, arena, I don't need that anymore, then I just go and close it and come back to where I was. And yeah. Coding macros, though, I think I don't really end up using macros. I end up using just hotkeys. And the hotkeys, I think, I don't have statistics on this stuff. I know this is insanely nerdy what I'm about to say. I used to have this mouse. This was a very interesting mouse. And one of the things it came with was software that kept track of statistics on how much you pressed each button. And what I discovered for myself, at least, is that left click reigns supreme. You need to use left click for interacting with most things. Like if you want to drag a window around to this specific coordinate, you're probably going to use a mouse, and you're probably going to use left click to do that. And then also on Windows, for example, I have it set so that I need to double click folders to open them. I need to double click files to open them. So I had another button bound just to double click because of how frequently I did that. Even that button I used a ton. And then everything else, it was like closing windows, moving windows around. Like page up, page down, switching between tabs. Switching between tabs is something I do a ton in whatever program I'm in. So I used to have statistics, but now I don't know how frequently I use certain hotkeys in Sublime. Too confusing. I wouldn't be able to use that, Exogaming says. Yeah, it's definitely not for everyone. I've never seen someone else use a mouse like this for just their operating system. Granted, I haven't worked at a ton of different companies, but most people, if they've got extra buttons, they've got like 2 extra buttons. That sounds like the dream. I need to set that up for myself. It does take some getting used to. I think this is one of the things that I just naturally fall into new human interface devices usage paradigms. And I can't say how hard it would be to do something like this. So yeah, how do we use all these buffs? And these would all be on the bot, I guess. And then even team-wide buffs. Man, there's gonna need to be a team store somewhere. We'll probably do team-wide buffs later to accommodate that. But as far as accounting for all of this, we need to get our damage dealt, maybe our team damage dealt. This could be like missiles in particular, or like damage overall, or team damage. So how do we do this? We could say something like this dot modified damage. We take in this dot active bot. We take in the intended target. We take in the damage that we were going to use, and then the source of the damage. So hardware ID. The hardware ID itself would need a category for it to know that it's missiles. See, this is where things are going to get really, really annoying really quickly. So we take in source, target, source entity, target entity, damage, and hardware ID. Twitch says, I do have a Razer Naga. Yeah, do you use it for games or do you use it for an operating system? Oh, wow, Andrew says, I want to get into game development. I already know the basics of C++, but not enough to get started. Do you think I should use a game engine or learn C++ properly? Unity 3D seems interesting. Have you tried it out? Well, there are a bunch of questions, so I'll start with the easiest. Have I tried Unity? Yes, I have. I liked it a lot. It was one of the first professional game engines that I've used, and it does so much for you. If I were to open Unity right now, I could just drag a cube onto the screen. Like, if you were to do that from scratch in C++, that would take you probably at least a week to do. Not even the dragging a cube part, just drawing a cube. Like, you need a rendering engine, you need maybe a lighting and texturing system, and yeah, there's a lot you need to get into. So in that sense, I think an engine is great. As far as learning C++ properly, I think that's a goal you should eventually strive for. But if you're starting to get into game development, do what gives you the most bang for your buck right now. Don't concern yourself too much with what's the formal way to do this or what's the best way. I think the best way for you is just get motivated and start to do this and find out, do you like it? Are you having fun? Because from there, you can always pick up whatever it is you want to learn. And if you like doing things in the game engine, I would suggest, yes, you should probably steer yourself a little bit farther from a game engine after that. Okay, so modified damage. So this function would take into account buffs on the source and target and change damage accordingly. But how would this function work? And that's what I gotta figure out. You're not using the extra buttons anymore. Then why are you using a Naga? And this is the part I'm not totally sure how we're going to do. We could do something like const source buffs equals source entity.get components buff and target buffs. So now we have these, but now we need to go through all of them, and there might be, actually it wouldn't be too many, I guess. There might be like 10 of these. Panda says, I use all 16 buttons on my mouse for Dota 2. I actually don't know much about Dota 2, but I'm a little surprised about that. I wonder what you use all of them for. Because there aren't, the ability shortcuts are something like 6, right? I'm just making up a number because I know that there are hex mice for MOBAs. But then, yeah, what do you use the other 10 for? Or other X, I should say. Roger says, I really back up my photos. Got some new cat pictures. Why am I even going to click whatever you just linked? But I did. Here it is, everybody. Wouter's cat's ear. And the rest of the cat. But mostly an ear. It is a nice cat. And I do miss owning a cat. So source buffs and target buffs. Here's what is not feasible. What we can't do is something like iterate. Oh, well, how do I want to do this? I shouldn't write out what's not feasible. What is the best API for this? Like, I want to get missile damage. I want to get damage overall. I want to get team damage. I guess at some point I do need, maybe there should be like a buff map or something like that. So that every buff you get is put into a map. And then I could do something like let damage percent modifier equals 1. And then we could say if source buffs dot. Oh yeah, this would be really tough. Can't give you a cat, but I can give you another cat picture. Wait, this is an old picture. Wait, was the first one old? Huh, I don't know. I'm not sure how this API would look. because this would be an array of buff components. Each buff component has a buff in it. We could form a map out of this in some way. I guess we could get to the point where it's a map. So let's just write component here. And let's say we got it to the point where we just had an array of buffs. I don't even think we can do that though. I think maybe we like const source buffs equals transform components into dictionary, buff dictionary. So this is pseudocode. Pseudocode that would give us something like this. Damage dealt buff, and then team wide damage dealt buff, and then missiles damage dealt buff. Okay, so what we could do at that point is we could say if source buffs damage dealt, then damage percent modifier plus equal. See, this is why this is so stupid. So we need to do something like this for a bunch of different ones here. And then finally what we need to do is this. We need to say missiles damage dealt and the hardware ID, source hardware ID equals hardware constants.ids.missiles. Then we iterate over all the ones in the target buffs. And we say, so damage percent modifier, and maybe there's a flat damage modifier of 0. And same thing on the target, there's a damage received modifier. This is where things get annoying. Flat damage received modifier 0. So same thing, if target buffs damage received, then we say damage received modifier plus equal damage received. Target buffs value. Okay, then finally we return damage times damage percent modifier plus flat damage modifier times damage received modifier minus flat damage received. So then this is our crazy formula that we have. So it looks like this. Or maybe we end up tweaking this a little bit so that order of operations is different here, but it's something along these lines. So you would have originally done 100 damage, and your damage percent modifier, you had plus 10% damage, and then plus 5 damage for something too. So you're going to do 115 damage. And then they have minus 10% damage, so now you're going to subtract 11.5 there. And then they've got minus, I don't know, let's say 0.5 damage, so that we're subtracting 12. So you're going to subtract, you're going to be at 102 damage at that point. So you're still doing slightly more. You're going paranormal. Yeah. There's 6 for inventory, 4 for directions of panning the camera, right and left click, voice chat, skill abilities, skill stats, finally bound the last key. Okay. I understand none of this. Wow, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Raw. I feel like the X's are extraneous there. But then I still don't know how to pronounce your name. But anyway, I'll call you Raw. Raw, what don't you understand? And do you want to understand? Because you can always ask questions. I'll feel free to explain. I will explain. Yes. I hate how my English teacher is just every rule ever made concerning their work. Their work? Huh. I don't know what you're talking about, Walter. Okay, so then we end up with a pretty complex system here for just... This is just one area. This is modified damage. And we also want, like, how much life leech are you going to do out of this? Which I guess we could have as something like this. We could say, like, life leech equals this dot get life leech. This dot active bot intended target. Or we could say damage and hardware ID maybe. Would it ever be based on the target? Like, what if you can't leech life from certain targets? Goodness. This is going to be impossible. Oh, that's just a gender neutral pronoun is why you're using. Okay, got it. Making skill classes in Java at the moment. Okay, I think this system that I've designed is good. I just I think the only part that's left is the application of buffs. And this thing too, what is this? Yeah, clone the player's buffs. Yeah, we need to do that. And really every buff applies to bots for now. Buff.clone. We can make new buff component buff.clone. Oh boy. Oh, also, what do we do about stackable team-wide buffs? That's something else I didn't think of. Which is you add a buff that already exists. Do we combine it with an existing one? Yeah, we have to because this is this is an object. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. Okay, this is... Yeah, I think we just make them stack for now, and then later if we want to change this, we can change it. We say something like if this dot buffs buff dot get ID. If it already exists, then just make them stack for now. This dot buffs buff dot get ID dot value plus equal buff dot value. But the problem is that stacking may not be so straightforward. The buff may have to do this, and then maybe it's not even. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Something that can stack. We need to accommodate adding a buff that already exists, e.g. team-wide buffs. Or maybe we just prevent those from showing up multiple times in the same match. Yeah, team-wide buffs can show up to like one player. If they weren't picked, maybe they get rolled back into the loop, but even that's going to be tough. I got to figure out the solution to this problem. Also, what's going on here? Got a copy of my test, and after a week, getting back the notes, she gave me a 10 out of 100, even though I should have gotten a 35 out of 100. She just saw that the first 10 had 8 mistakes and 2 good answers and gave up on it. Wow. I'm making one base skill class and extend from it the other skill classes, for example, attack skill, woodcutting skill. Is that the best way? I don't know. There's a lot of advice out there to just prefer composition over inheritance. And yeah, so I would look into how would you accomplish the same thing with composition. It's not that classes are necessarily bad, it's that usually you end up with these winding hierarchies at the end of it where it's like, I want to add a new class and it's kind of a woodcutting skill, but it's also an attack skill. Like you hit a tree and you get wood. I don't know. And it's like Minecraft. And where do you put it in the hierarchy? Or does it fit? Or do you end up wanting multiple inheritance but you can't do it in Java, so you start making interfaces and like, yeah, so I'd look into composition right off the bat. Have I seen the Civil War trailer? No, that's the new... what's his name? Captain America movie, right? I find Captain America to be a very weird superhero. Yeah, it is Captain America. He's essentially ultra patriotic, and yeah, he's got like super strength and stuff, but he's really American, and that's superhero worthy. I need to see it. I don't know. I'm not a huge movie fan right now, because I feel like they're not usually worth my time. I'm going to go use the bathroom, then we're going to come back, and we're going to try to tackle what the remaining questions are, which is what? Do buffs have their own class? So no, we don't have that. So we need to accommodate adding a buff that already exists, e.g. team-wide buffs. So there's that. This is a consideration we've accommodated, I think. How do you show buffs in the UI? You need to show which... Yeah. So that's all fine. How do you show buffs in the UI is not really an issue. I guess we just say... How do we format each buff in the UI? There needs to be some description string, even if it's just like this increases damage dealt by this dot damage value %. Yeah, we need something like that. It should probably be a parameterized string. I'm not sure. Let's try something actually. No. I'll go to the bathroom first. I shouldn't sit here Well, I had to go to the bathroom and then start coding. Is this a cat picture? Oh god. Just watch the trailer in the bathroom, that's how good it is. I will not be watching the trailer in the bathroom, but fine, I will write this down on my list for later. Watch Civil War trailer. Alright. So, let's... Yeah, great. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Pre-beta is bound to be released. Yeah, so I've been thinking about what to do when I get 1,000 followers, and I've come up with some ideas. So we'll have to see what I end up doing exactly. All right. So we need to accommodate adding a buff that already exists, for example, team-wide buffs. Well, there are a couple ways to handle this. One is prevent this from ever happening. Potential solutions. Two is combine the buffs, and then the other is allow for multiple buffs of the same type and accommodate that. Also, is anyone playing Botland right now? No. We'll run a giveaway, I think. Yeah, let's do that. So I'll say countdown timer is 3 minutes. Whoa. They added milliseconds. Wow. What are the points for? The points are for getting access to the game and for getting into my lunch screen. So yeah, which of these is best? So combining the buffs, this might be bad for the UI. You may think a plus 6% team-wide buff exists when it is really just 2 stacked plus 3%. Also, man, I do not like... Yeah, whatever. Did anyone ever get lunch BRB? Yeah, a bunch of people have. It used to be the only thing you could spend your points on. So yeah, back then people were doing it. And yeah, Lu Long did it the other day, and then I think went to sleep by the time I got lunch. All right, now I got to remember to do this. I see how it goes. So let's Control C out of this. We'll go to here and we'll see who's in the lunch BRB thing. Yeah, just Wouter. All right, great. Don't tell Lou. So the way that works, by the way, is when I go away for something, when I say like BRB, like just showing something, I can put shout outs here. So I can say like Adam13531. Actually, I don't remember the format for this list. Test. And yeah, so then the way that this works is this. Yeah, and I didn't even put a time here. Where is... Okay, shoutouts don't work that way, do they? Oh, that was treated as the time. Oops. Because I'm an idiot. Alright, let's try this out again. I just want to see, how did I even code this? I think it was just a comma separated string. So when you get the... Yeah, there we go. So it says thanks for the support. So I think they should have been... just space separated strings. Is that what I was supposed to do? I do not remember. Oh, there's the thanks for the support. Yeah, okay, it was space separated strings. Great. Okay, cool. So that's what it would look like if you got into Lunch BRB. No, the lights thing costs 80,000 points. I should send an individual thank you card to all the 1,000 followers. Oh, I think our countdown is probably up. Oh, wow. Perfect timing. Look at that. Okay, so let's run the giveaway. Roll. And it is Technical Freak 808 has won. So let's eval this. We'll give you access to the game. Congratulations. And there we go. And if you want to learn how to play, which you hopefully want to learn how to play, then go to this video that I'll send you. So it is this one. So I'll link this in chat. Okay, and by the way, there's no one currently online right now. I'm going to run another couple giveaways probably throughout the day. And when you, here, I'll just deploy bots. That way when you do get into the game, you've got someone to play against. So I'll just deploy an artillery bot, and we'll give it artillery and missiles. And let's put shield on it, actually. So now I want to put shield self here. And then if can move left, move left. Great, perfect. Save and deploy. Great. So now they're going to march over to your side and then shoot artillery at you when you finally start playing the game. Also, yeah, okay, cool. So you have been added as a user. All right, so as far as this goes, I think stacking the buffs would make the most sense, but then I run into other problems. And it's like all these things need to be arrays. So if they were stacked, then the values would be arrays of buffs. Which really isn't that bad. Then I guess when we create a bot, apply buffs would just look a little bit different. Yeah, yep. Okay, then bots would have multiple buffs. So then how else does this get changed here? Source buffs, it wouldn't be able to be a dictionary anymore. Or it would be, but we'd have to accommodate this being an array. So we can't just do this dot value. We have to sum the value of everything in this array. How many points does it cost for today? I think it's 80. Andrew says, I want to play the game, but I don't think I have enough points. Yeah, you don't. I think you'll need an extra 50. Adam, why is it so easy to get into a college for game development, but it's such a good job? I can't comment on how easy it is. Whoops. Oh, also, sorry. Let me turn off that message because there's no longer a giveaway. Hey, Spurtman. I can't comment on how easy it is. And I also, what I can comment on is it being a good job or not. I think, look, a lot of people in the game development industry are there because they're passionate about it. And some employers are willing to exploit that passion and pay you less and have you work more hours. And I think there are a lot of layoffs in the game development industry as well. I don't know. I can't say it's necessarily a great job. And Walter, that is very nice of you, gifting points. And that is one of the biggest, like, your mileage may vary answers I could give, by the way. You could end up working 10 different game development jobs and love all of them, and you never get laid off. You don't end up working more time than you feel like it, and you get paid well. But I feel like, yeah, a lot of people are very passionate in the game development space, and I don't want to rant about this for like 10 minutes. So I'll just stop there. Technical Freak says, I was away. Who won the giveaway? You won the giveaway. So what I was saying earlier is watch this video and you'll learn how to play the game. And that, because otherwise you'll end up asking a lot of the same questions other people have asked. Most of the time I don't mind answering them, but for playing the game, you should watch the video. Okay, so we could treat these as arrays. I think this is what we need to do. I think we need to treat all this as arrays. So let's just go through, change our pseudocode, and then maybe we've got enough here to be able to write the code. If you want points, Nickel, you can follow, or you could just wait around, I guess. And by following, you also get control over my lights, which is why you see them changing colors in the background right now. That is not me doing that. That was Technical Freak doing that. Okay, so here's what we do. We say if not util.exist, this dot buffs. Let's say const buff id equals buff.getID. This dot buffs buff id. Then we do this dot buffs buff id equals an array, and then down here we push the new buff. Dot push buff. Great. Okay. And remember, the next game is going to start in like 4 minutes. And then unfortunately there's a lot of downtime. It's another 4 minutes of downtime. And I minimized that on the client, but I haven't pushed that to the server yet. So if you get in the next like 2 minutes, then I guess you could start playing immediately. Otherwise I have to wait a little bit. And Wouter, please don't do that. Don't make throwaway accounts. In Ireland, it's very easy. You could get all C's and some D's and you would still get in. Oh, getting into the college. Okay, yeah. Like I said, I can't really comment on that. And every college is totally different. I'm sure there are colleges in the U.S. too where you can get in with bad grades, and some where you have the best grades and you still can't get in. And yeah, I also can't comment on jobs in Ireland. I don't know how many game dev jobs there are or what they're like over there. Okay, so this part's fine. Get buffs. We return all of the arrays of buffs. Returns arrays of buffs. We're accommodating a case that we don't necessarily, it's not the norm. And what we could do is, if there was already a buff here, we turn it into an array. That also makes our code a little bit more difficult, so fine. We go through apply buffs. Here's what we do now, and I think we're going to go with method 2. So let's comment that out. Method 2 is add component buff.clone. That is not how this is going to work. This is now array of buffs. And so what we do is we iterate over this array. For this, we say bot entity add there. All right, great. So we go over all the different buffs. We can't even do this. We have to say if, well, whatever. Let's just put this here. Yeah. Also, so Andrew just connected, and hopefully, yeah, you saw that video on how to play the game. And yeah, we'll try to keep an eye on this. How about we'll put this over here as I'm coding over here. And yeah, you're on the blue team, so it's me versus you right now. Okay, then finally in modify damage, here we can't just do this dot value. We need to go over each of these. So to do, change this code so that it's making use of the buffs as an array. Okay, so that part's been answered. And I guess I should write that in here. All buffs are stored in arrays so that they can stack. Man, if we don't end up wanting to do this eventually, then this is a huge waste of time. But I don't know how else the only other way we'd do this probably is just to prevent this from ever happening. where one person on your team can be given the choice of a team-wide buff. And if they get it, then great, everyone gets it. Or we just don't do team-wide buffs yet, and then later we run into this problem. I think we just do this way for now. Hey, Locke. Okay, so how do we format each buff in the UI? This is what I wanted to test out. Let's go to Babel.js. And, whoops, Stony Brook algorithm. I've gone there in forever. Exo Gaming says, by the way, I fell asleep watching your stream yesterday. Well, then that must mean you'll have a ton of points for today, right? 100 points, wow. It is, the roads are paved with gold in Exo Gaming's town. Let's try something out. I don't know how this is going to work. Let's try stir equals backtick test. No. Let's do this dot foo. And we'll say foo is this dot foo. Then we'll make a class person, and we'll say constructor this dot foo equals hello world. Then we do var person Perosin equals new person, and we do, what do we do here? Console.log stir. Can we, I don't know what this is going to do. What does this do? And why is there already a problem here? Unexpected token, line 3. Class person, oh right, this is not. Cannot read property foo of undefined. So it's trying to evaluate this here. Oh, I was afraid of that. Yeah, that's what this turns into. Oh, and this might just be a transpilation thing. Goodness, I don't want to do this then. So I could come up with my own... Oh, actually, here's what we could do. Right? Could we do this? No, we probably can't do this. No, there's no way this is going to work. We can't do, like, this. Foo is this dot foo. No. Okay, yeah, this won't work. We need to parameterize our own strings. I wouldn't fall asleep if I didn't keep freezing on my tablet. It's so slow. Oh, I see. So parameterizing strings, we're going to have to do that. And then buffs also need to know what their description is, which is also something I hadn't totally accounted for in here. It's not hard to do necessarily. We just need to put it in here. We need to say something like description increases damage dealt by, and we, like I said, we need to make our own parameterization here. So I guess we could do something like this dot value %. And now this description is going to be shared by the minor buff as well. So this is where it would make sense to put something like a major value and minor value. Oh boy. It's not a transpilation problem. Parameterized strings are supposed to work that way. Okay, got it. Yeah, well, I was also afraid of that. Exo Gaming says, Adam, can we see your setup, by the way? And what is the size of your monitor? My monitor are these like super old Acer monitors. Acer 23-inch. Where is the... I don't know. There's some way to figure out what this model is. I think it's written on the monitor. It's really faint. Ah, yeah, there it is. X213W. X213W. Yeah, so there's no picture on that side. Yeah, here we go. So these are what my monitors look like. They're very old. They're not that great. And can you see what my setup looks like? I sent a picture a while ago of that. Let me go see if I can find it. Yeah, and then I'll show you. Oh, also, yeah, match is about to start in 25 seconds. Good. Then I will deploy my bots. What team am I on? I'm on the red team. Yeah, good. So I'm going to do this off screen for a sec, and then I'll show you guys. Where did I take a picture of it? Yeah, here we go. So this is my setup. And the microphone has changed. I've obviously got a stand for it now. And this glass is now this color today. But yeah, this is typically how I have things set up, where I have you guys over on this left monitor. So when you see me respond to chat, I turn like this, and this is where I'm coding and everything. So that's a monitor you can see. Let's deploy a bunch of bots. All Adam wants for Christmas is a new monitor. No, I'm happy enough with these monitors. I think what would be kind of cool is having a grid of like 2x2 monitors. And that way I could have chat always on one of the screens and I'd be looking like over there. And then if I want to see what I look like, I look over there and then, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, so the description, how we set this up, I think we come up with a, like, how do I do this? How would I do this? First of all, we need to say this dot. And then we also need to do, let's say this dot create buff template. Yeah, we could do something like this. This is what we'll probably do. We'll say ID is buff IDs dot damage dealt. Description is something like this. And then we could say major value, major, something like value 15, and minor is something like value 5. Okay. Yeah, this is what we're going to have to do. Yep. And then for something like team-wide damage dealt, we'll say this. Team-wide damage dealt increases damage dealt by your entire team by this %. And it's just got a major value and no minor value. All right, that's better. So the make buff. Yep. Yep, okay. I think we're ready to start. So that was like 2 hours of design work, and now we're going to get to coding, and hopefully the coding goes fast. So yeah, this will be pretty interesting. Oh yeah, I've seen this setup before. Or a setup like this, if not this one. I just can't imagine having something like this. Is it even good at this point? You've got a bezel, you've got what, like 24 bezels here. And how do you, can you even see these monitors when you're playing? I guess it would be like literally turning your head to the right to see it. But it's probably more the look at the wow factor than it is, let me use this setup. I upgraded to two 1440p monitors for coding for about 6 months ago. I like them so far. Do you find that it makes a difference in, well, I don't even know what, eye strain maybe? I'm like, for coding, I don't know what is the benefit there. I'm not saying it's a stupid purchase. I honestly don't know. I'm asking the question. Okay, we're gonna code. Time to code. So the system has been designed. We should really add that as a, where are we going to do this? So code buff framework. The first thing was actually design buff framework. And I think if we put this started here, that we could say that this is now done. And it took us, yeah, 2 hours and 12 minutes. So now it's code the buff framework. Yeah, let's do it. We got to make a bunch of these classes. Oh no, I know, Shperman, that you're not the one that set up. If you had that set up, that'd be pretty crazy. But then I think your H-top would look very different. Alright, so where do we want to start? I think we start with the buff class. Yeah, okay, let's do this. No, oh god, XO Gaming. That is not fair. That is totally not fair. So we're gonna go into shared client and game server. We're gonna make, see, I don't think it's worth having a totally different folder for buffs. So let's just go into this and we'll copy paste this, and this now became buff.js. Open this up, we rename everything to buff, and we get rid of a whole bunch of this. Yeah. Let's get rid of all of it actually. Great. Perfect. We don't even need a logger if we don't want. Or that. Okay, great. Next up, what do we have? We have an ID, And then we can figure out based on the ID whether or not it's a team-wide buff. We have a set ID function. I don't think we need this since the only place in this file we said new buff was... Yeah, this is going to be commented out now because we don't like these methods. In fact, we'll always probably prefer the last method since that's the method where we stopped coming up with new methods. It's like when they say, oh, my keys were in the last place I looked. Yeah, it's because it's the last place you looked. Make buff. So we could put the ID right here. Yeah, let's do that. You have to have an ID. So buff ID. And we'll say this dot ID equals buff ID. And assert that it is a string. Yeah, I think it should be a string. That way it's possible to tell which buffs are which. It had to be a unique string or it had to be an incrementing number. These are sent across the network. Having an ID, well, components have an ID. And we didn't figure out the serialization yet either. So I guess let's just say assert it exists. So let's do this. Requa. And then we'll say assert util.exist buff ID. Created a buff without an ID. There. Are we sharing monitors now? Whoa, look at this. Better Twitch TV. When I hover over this, it just shows me in line what that image is. Wait, what? Is this really your monitor? Oh, that's just a picture of the same monitor that you have, but not your monitor. Hey, Lulong. Okay, so created a buff with an ID. We store off the ID here. We have, where else is our buff class? The whole applies to player, applies to team. I don't think that matters yet. So yeah, class buff, here we go. Yeah, so this is it. This is what we have. And then everything else needs to be set. So we get rid of this. Okay, great. Our buff class is done. It's literally an ID, and later other things will be inserted into it. Oh no, you don't have to take a picture of your setter router, set up router if you don't want to. So this is a buff that may be applied to a bot or player, a team player or bot. There is intentionally not a lot of data in this class. It is up to, but that's one of the problems, right? Is by not having, yeah, okay. It is intended to be treated as a dynamic struct. So, yeah, this is one of the drawbacks of this. Was a buff as an ID and whatever other variables we plan on cramming into it. And for now, we might be able to say that, yes, it's just a value. But in the future, maybe we want to do something different and have the system handle it differently. So they're just glorified objects, really. And that's what I wrote there, a dynamic struct. I like sharing messy things. Okay. All right, so let's save this as buff prototype working copy, and then I can delete things from here that we've done. So now buff is finished. We can cross that out. All right, what's next? So players have buffs. I think we need the buff system next, and we need to figure out how this is going to work exactly. Is this going to be a singleton? Is it going to be something that is passed around everywhere? Is it just going to be on the server? Yeah, I think this is just going to be on the server, which means that the client, when it runs a server, has access to it, but otherwise no. And I think making it a singleton makes sense. The buff system is essentially a container for buffs, and it has things like randomly generate buffs, which are static functions as far as I'm concerned. So having it be a singleton I think is fine. Validate buff. Yeah, none of this. It's the buff depot. This is what you would call a store that sells muscle equipment. Buff depot. Let's see what image we got here. You need permission. Okay. I'm not going to request permission. Oh, Andrew says I'm getting wrecked. Oh, and hey, Technical Freak. Alright, so no, you got 6 kills. That's not too bad. Let's see, what are your bots doing? You are... What are your bots doing? Oh, they have lasers. I see. Okay, so yeah, I know a lot of the UI is not being explained right now. The way that lasers work, they only shoot in compass directions. So north, south, east, and west. And your bots don't look like they're pursuing enemy bots. So let's take a look. What you could do... Well, why don't you paste in your code, Andrew, into Pastebin. So take whatever you have here, hit edit as JS, paste this into Pastebin, and put it in the chat. And I will go over this with you. And yeah, singleton, such a fancy name for a global object. Yeah. Yeah, and so I could make a single instance of this. That's not a problem. Fine, let's do that. Not a singleton. Okay, let's make this. And where do we make it? We make it in the game server somewhere. Probably in here. So I guess like how we have game state, let's do this. We'll call this buff depot. And we will make this buff depot. We don't have a base class, we don't need this, we don't have that, and we don't have a serialize. So for right now, that's all we've got. Oh, that should do. Let's see. This is Wouter's apparently messy desk. But that is actually kind of messy. Wow. This picture, for some reason, feels like it was taken in the 90s. I don't know why exactly. And I know you just took this now, but I'm having flashbacks to something. I don't know what. Well, cool. Is there a ruler on your mouse pad? Is that what that is? What is that? No, I can't open this. Whatever, I'm done. Here you go. Okay, cool. So let's take a look at your code. We have this. So if you can cloak, then cloak. If you are cloaked, then move. And if you're not cloaked, then see if your lasers will hit and fire them. Otherwise, move. So what I would say here is you should probably add in something like this right below. Oh wait, if you're using this in Blockly, then here's what I suggest adding. Okay, so the match is over. It's waiting for the next one to start now. Here's what I suggest adding. So you have, let's take your code. You have cloak. Then you have if is cloaked. I don't know if you're using Blockly or not, so you actually probably should let me know. Then move. And if not, so let's take an else here. So if you don't have it, then you say if will lasers hit fire lasers. Good, and then you put a move at the end of all of that. Okay, so here's the code that you have right now. The only thing I suggest changing is put a pursue enemy right here. So what this is going to do is when your lasers can't hit but you're cloaked, they can't hit because you're not close enough to an enemy. So move so that you're closer to them. Looks like the desk, a high schooler midway doing homework. Huh, yeah. And yeah, Andrew, I think this will make your code a little bit better because, or what you could do is you could cut out lasers entirely and just put in missiles. And missiles shoot in a radius instead of in the cardinal directions. You'd probably still want this here at the end also. So you could do that. And now this code could be pretty good. In fact, let me deploy it. I'll show you what it looks like. So we'll put missiles and we'll put thrusters here. And we'll, whoops, I accidentally deployed one. All right, let's deploy this as Andrew bot. There. So there are the Andrew bots running around. When they see an enemy, they start moving closer to it so that they can hit them. So yeah, there we go. Well, it just so happened that the Andrew bots died before killing anything. Neat. Okay. So yeah, the next game starts soon. Okay, so Buff Depot. Let's see what we got here. We're going to keep track of these things. So let's paste this in for now. And we're going to start with something very simple here. So we don't have the concept of buff IDs. And actually, let's paste in all of this, because this was mostly working code. We're going to need to change some of it, of course, but it's not bad. We're going to need this concept of buff IDs. And so where I've been doing this before is there's hardware constants. I think we're going to add in something like buff constants. I'm just not totally sure. Like, Buff Depot could become that source for us, because the description, like, we also shouldn't be hard coding that. We shouldn't be hard coding this. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do here. Let's see. So I think this would start to look ugly if I did this. If I did buff constants dot damage dealt description, and then I could say like damage dealt major value, damage dealt minor value. Right, now this is almost unnecessary. In fact, the template should probably go into, okay, yeah, this should be what goes in the constants, and then we iterate over everything in constants and we take care of that. So there is an array of templates. So now buff constants would look like this. This is buff constants contains I don't even know what my, oh god, I still didn't type that correctly. Okay, great, there. So this is going to be, we're going to export default buff templates equals an array of objects. And this would just be some giant thing. So IDs. Oh, we'd also need to export that too. So I guess we do export const buff templates and export const buff IDs equals what, an object of IDs. So we have something like damage dealt, and that's just damage dealt. Maybe what we do, we know that these are unique, and we want the buff IDs to just be represented here. We want it to be a constant time lookup. There just needs to be a string. This is where having symbols is nice, but we can't use symbols because they're not supported on all browsers. So the question is, should we do something like this? Const buff IDs equals, and there's something like damage dealt and damage taken, something along these lines, and then we say export const buff ID array equals this, and then we iterate over everything in the array and we say const buff ID equals this, buff IDs buff ID equals buff ID. So this is now slightly misleading. Like, this code would all be taken instead of this code. So it's like all of this is method 1 and all of this is method 2, and then just this is method 2. So as a coder, I think this way is very explicit. It's obvious that I have buff IDs here and that it's an object. Here it's slightly less explicit because it's not going to be filled with anything. However, as a coder, this way is preferable to me because when I want to add a new buff, I just add an ID here like life leech, and I'm done. And now it gets put in this object itself, as opposed to having to do something like this where I have to duplicate this and then say, okay, life leech. It's also less code this way. I think we're going to use method 1. If we want to change it later, we'll change it later. LV Rollins says, what are you creating? I am creating Botland. So let's first see. Am I on the team? Okay, good. Perfect. And I'm on the blue team. So we're going to change this to move right. So the way that Botland works is you make bots. So let's refresh this. And this will just be me playing against the AI for right now. So you make bots by picking what kind of hardware you want. So I'm going to pick missiles. I'm going to pick melee. And this doesn't really make sense because I have a long range weapon and a short range weapon. But we'll go with it. And then you write code. So I can say something like this: if my missiles will hit, then fire missiles. If melee will hit, let's put that above missiles. So we'll prioritize melee instead of missiles. And then let's pursue an enemy if we can, and we'll move randomly if we can't do any of that. And so we will call this the Roland's bot, and we will deploy it. Oh, let's move to the right actually, or the left, I mean. Yeah, let's deploy this bot. So there we go. There's the bot that I just made. He is moving left because he can't see any enemies. And when he does see an enemy, he'll try getting closer and then shoot a missile when he can. So there, shooting missiles. And if it ever gets into melee range, did you see that? It just charged toward it. There's no animation for that yet. But it is meleeing when it can melee. So there, it died, and I have auto deploy on, so it got redeployed up here. And now that bot is still going on a killing spree. So actually, melee and missiles isn't too bad. When we're close enough to use melee, we'll use melee. And if not, we'll just use missiles. Huh, pretty good. Up. Alright, we killed it. Yeah, and so if you want, you could have edited this code as JavaScript. It's not fully featured JavaScript, it's just a subset. And eventually, it turns into, it is an online game. So check this out. I can play against Andrew, who is currently in the game. There's a leaderboard. You can see that Andrew has 3 kills, and Spurtman has 3 deaths. So Spurtman's losing it for the blue team. And hey, go to Nis or Gatanas. This looks like an interesting idea. Yeah, if you want to get access to the game, you can find out how there by watching that video. I'm going to run a couple more giveaways today. I wonder if I should just start running them now. Oh, nice. Spurtman is deploying the teleporting janitor bot, which teleports to oh, wait, no, it's not. Spurtman is deploying a custom-made teleport bot. Huh, interesting. I really like how the zapper looks when it's bright blue and bright red. Looks pretty sweet. But yeah, this is a very one-sided match because it's a 2v1. So Technical Freak, if you can deploy some bots, that would be cool. And don't forget, you can also put auto deploy on for right now. You don't even care about that 70s version? Oh, I didn't see it. Sorry. We've added cameras. We got rid of the ruler because people couldn't measure things in the 70s. And we've increased the brightness of the monitor. This is a spot the differences photo. Don't expect me to play good. I'm trying out some weird things. Oh no, that's totally fine. Void Dreamer says this is what charge needs. Yeah, I agree. Some sort of shadow on the bot. I'll get to that like way later. Oh, okay, good. So Technical Fire now has... Oh, look, Technical Fire's bots have regen. Because you can see that their life is going back up to full. They're also not moving, though. So they are pretty easy targets. But yeah, that's Botland. And like I said, if you want to get access, you can spend loyalty points to get access. We'll also run a giveaway. You know what I'll do? I'll run a giveaway at some random point in the next like 15 minutes or so. So yeah, it's based on who's been typing in chat. Actually, I could make it based on a keyword. Only people who write the keyword will get in the list. I could make it a secret keyword, but then that'll just increase spam. So let's just leave it as is. I'll eventually do something. Hey, MS Visser. Long time no see. A lot has changed in Botland since you've probably last been here. There are now teams, there's leaderboards, there's discrete matches, so matches end after a certain amount of time. It's turning into a real game. What's the radius of teleport? It's 5. It is not your vision range. Your vision range happens to be 5, but you can expand your vision range. That does not make you able to teleport any farther than 5. What language is this? This is JavaScript. It is ECMAScript 6, actually. Okay, so we're going to put all these templates into a new file. So let's make a buff constants file. Buff constants, shared client and game server. So buff constants. God, why can't I type the word constants? We all know that the word would be dog, because that way I could never think of it. Yes, paradox indeed. So now buff constants is here. We're going to do this. So this is an array that is never exposed outside of this file. It is only used to populate buff IDs. Which, let's just try to get this closer to what we had over here. We exported it as IDs. So we're going to do buff constants.IDs. Yeah. So it's only used to populate IDs. That way we don't have to type something like damage dealt. That way we don't have to type each ID twice like that. Yeah. So it's an array of strings. Now we use that to form this. And this should be called IDs. And it's an object of string to... Oh, I think someone just got in an accident outside. Spurtman says, how do I increase my vision range? You use activate sensors, which is not a snippet. The only place it's currently found is in RD Artillery. Oh, which means I have it on my bot right now. Yeah, so here's the code. The way that this works is it increases your vision range by 2 for 3 turns and then has a cooldown of like 6 turns. And yes, I know none of that's explained in the game right now. It'll eventually be explained. And it's 5 in Manhattan distance or chess. It's Manhattan distance, which is how the entire game works. This is really neat. My artillery bots have cornered the red team. Very interesting. And you can see all the resources are on the red side. Resources will eventually be used to give you buffs, and I haven't coded any of that yet. Resources are right now pointless, just absolutely pointless, but they will eventually be used to give you buffs or healing life. And when you see that it's all on the red team side, that actually really benefits the red team, and they should be able to make a strong push back. But yeah, 3 minutes left. Then we'll know which team wins. All right, so this is populated by buff ID array, which really should not be capitalized, so that we don't have to type out all IDs twice. Put that here. So yep, string to string. So keys are IDs and values are the ID again, just for the sake of readability. But eventually they should be made into unique, into shorter values, e.g. numbers, so that they can be serialized across the network more quickly. Yeah, okay. And then values we put here and we put this way. What else do I want to say here? So we don't need to type out all IDs twice. Yeah. I think I'm going to know what this is and why I did this. Part of the reason for that is because we want both names and values to be unique, so we just duplicate the key into the value. Keys and values. There we go. So we go over everything in buff ID and we set this. Done. Next, we get rid of this, and then we have templates that we also export, and this is pretty important too. So we're going to say IDs.damage dealt. The description is going to be what we had here. So this, we need to write our own parameterization system for that too. Major value is going to be 15, and the minor value is going to be 3. Perfect. We have our first buff. It's not actually in the game yet or usable, but that's a good start. So then Buff Depot needs to import. What do we import? Let's see, star as buff constants from, shared client and game server. I need to get some more water. Hang on. Excuse me, hang on a second. I'll be right back. Okay, hopefully that tones down the coughing a bit. Maybe I just need to stop talking. Let's take buff constants from. I cannot stop typing that. I guess I'm trying to type constraints every time, but I'm not hitting R. So now we need to go through every buff template that we have, and we need to. So let's do this. We'll go through 4. We'll say, oh, what's going on? Const buff templates. And then the other thing is, why is this capitalized? That shouldn't be. So there. So now, and let's also redo, where's our watch? Just get rid of this. I want to test something out in here. So I got to make sure not to save this file. Not yet, at least. Also, our watch is going to totally fail, but that's fine. So buff templates equals buff constants.buff templates. We do each of these. This should be a let. Good. We say const buff template equals buff templates I, and then we do create. Now, is this actually a thing? It isn't. This dot create from template buff template. Create buff from template. Okay, good. Great. So now we can delete this, and we can delete all of this. And now this is going to be buff template. And what we're going to do here is we're going to use all of it. So we have an ID, a description, and then possibly major and possibly minor. So we can say const ID equals buff template.id. Description is the same way. And then major and minor. So let's do this. Oops, I saved it. Okay, well, I can't stop my fingers from doing things. Create buff from template. So now, some of these are not going to be defined. We need to import util as well. So let's take that, and we say, how do we do this? We have params. I guess we have is major or is minor. Buff ID. Description is always necessary, I guess. Really, this turns into the make buff function, so we don't really need this. We could just say this here. So we could say const buff equals new buff. Now we can't actually do that yet until we do this. We import buff from buff. Also, did this work? And this is still building. Shouldn't take longer than a minute. So what's going on the server? Oh, the match is over. Okay, and Burtman got 0 kills. Wait, Twitch is down. I don't know when you pasted that, Andrew, or when you typed that, but interesting. I don't think this is gonna work. You can close out of that too. Oh yeah, I said I'd run a giveaway. Okay, giveaway time. Botland bot wins. Another giveaway. LV Rollins wins. I think this favors people who are new to chat somehow. I should probably look at that code at some point. So congrats, LV Roland. Wait, what happened here? Oh, Void Dreamer just requested access with the password function. So yeah, LV Rollins, if you want to play, you have just won a giveaway, and now you can play. And if you want to find out how you play, you can go here to that video that I just pasted. So yeah, the next match is about to start. So we gotta wait 1.5 minutes for that, and then did this finish? Yes, it did. Took 85 seconds. But now when I modify this file, also how did this not produce an error? I'm very surprised about that. Uh-oh. Oh, that doesn't matter. What about this? This should only take no more than like 10 seconds. Perfect. Okay. Good. We fixed that. So that is an important thing to check in when we go and check it in. Just got to make sure we do it. So now in Buff Depot, we have create buff from template. So we're going to make a new buff, and now buffs require an ID, and I guess they also require a description. Because if there's no description, then, well, yeah. So let's make sure that that exists too. So description, and now that we know that this is, we know this has to be a string. So _.is string, created a buff without an ID, and let's print it out in case it was the wrong thing. And then the description, that should be a string as well. Created a buff without a description. Adam, did you see the load on node data bug? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I just haven't fixed that yet. Did I already try the new Whisper 2.0? Yes, I have. Although because I'm streaming, I don't think it's very helpful for me. I think the Whisper beta is more for people who are in different channels. It's like a friends list for Twitch almost. I'm not sure. I'm not totally sure what they're aiming for with that. So this .id equals bug ID. This .description equals description. These things need to be set for every buff. So when we create a buff, we pass in the ID and description. Now, we also need to pass in anything from major and minor. And these things look like this. So that's what we're going to have here. So we say, well, we need to make major and minor versions of these. All right, let me just write some code out and then I'll think about it, because this is not going to be like a major refactoring or something. It's going to be like 4 lines. So if util.exists major, then we say make the major buff here. Major buff equals that, and then copy in, so object.assign major buff major. And then this dot all major buffs dot push major buff. Okay, and then we do the same thing for minor, which this is the nice thing. I can just search for all these values and then hit Alt-R and I'm done. So yeah, and this should be refactored, I think. So we'll say this here, to do refactor these two if statements since they're mostly the same. Oh, also the game must have started by now, so let's deploy my bots. What team am I? I am on the red team. The red team starts on the right side, so let's make these move toward the left side. Right? Deploy? Yeah. Get off my alarm bots. Twitch says, thanks Adam, I learned something new now. When it's best to use composition instead of inheritance. Oh cool, yeah. How to combine them effectively. Whoa. The get off my lawn bots are exploiting my AI. Because I say to move left when I can't find anything, and they're putting landmines down. This is not fair. Actually, never mind. I'm exploiting them now by killing them. Oh, rough. Just rough. Look at this. Look at this, Void Dreamer. Who is XM? Oh, it's Spurtman. Yeah. These bots were on a mission to break these landmines. Wait, what's going on here exactly? Are your bots stopping or what? Oh, they're laying landmines. Oh, look at this. My artillery. Okay, yeah, never mind. You just don't stand a chance, Void Dreamer. It's all ogre now. Internet went down. Here's my setup if you want to take a look. Whoa, you're like hyper botland setup right now. Man, I should be saving these pictures or something. Also, I don't know if you know about this, but theater mode, see that purple button right beneath where my Chrome icon is in your window? If you press that, you'll expand the video to take up as much space as possible. I don't know if you even want to use that, but I told someone about that yesterday and they were not aware of it. Nice. Nice indeed. I should save these pictures of people watching me around the world. All right, let's start saving them. But I do like the Java books too. That is pretty cool. Okay, and yeah, the save as dialog is just not responding. Pretty typical. Actually, this is not typical at all. I don't know why it's not responding. Google Chrome is not responding. No, I don't want to close Chrome. No, come on. What's going on? Fine, I guess I'll... No, but that'll close Twitch chat. It'll close everything. Can I just close that tab maybe? No, I can't even click it. Okay, fine. We're going to close it. All right, I won't be able to read chat for a little bit. Restore. Okay, let's see if I can save this now. Oh, goody. Okay. This was there we go. All right, and chat is still in the process of loading. So yeah, let's find out what's being said. Leaderboard hockey. Oh, okay. Nothing was said. Okay, great. Cool. Oh, and this had to refresh as well. Wow. So Spurtman, I'm guessing you put your bots right in the center of the map, and you've got regen. I can see that happening. Water says, revisiting the sending everyone cards for 1K followers. Please send me this. Play on stream. Is this the, yeah, I saw this. This is the John Cena thing, right? I actually can't play this stuff on stream, I'm pretty sure, because, like, I'm streaming to X people, where X is greater than 1, so there's 42 people right now. So if I play that YouTube video on stream, then that's 40 views that they didn't get. Well, 40 potential views that they didn't get. So I don't think I should do that. Okay, so refactored these two if statements, but fine. We have this create buff from template. Good. Now make buff we don't even need anymore. This can be totally, oh no, we need to validate the buff. Ooh, forgot about that. Okay, yeah, so validate buff. And this is where it becomes a little bit more important to do something like this. So now we validate minor buffs as well, and then we push the buff. Perfect. Good. So randomly generate buffs. We're going to need to code this later. I'm just going to comment it out for now. That's pseudocode, that's pseudocode, and then validate buff. So all buff IDs we do not need here. But I wrote that here anyway. Previously we would have done this. We did do that previously. We did it in another file. So we get the buff's ID, and then we check to see, for now, all buffs need a value. So let's just check this. If not util.exists, or rather this way, assert util.exists buff.value. All buffs need values for now. Okay, and then here's what we're going to say. To do, eventually change this so that we validate buffs based on their IDs. For example, a +% damage dealt buff would need a value, but perhaps another buff might need different variables, member variables. IGN says there are many streamers who do it though. No, I know, but I don't think that makes it right. Like, there are many streamers who stream copyrighted music without a license, and then when their VODs are uploaded, they just get the ID system run over it, whatever it's called, YouTube ID or content ID. Yeah, content ID. And then it's just muted. But I don't think that makes it right to stream that stuff. And look, I shouldn't say look, it makes it sound like I'm condescending. I am now a content creator, I guess, and then I'm making Twitch videos and YouTube videos, and if it were me, and let's say some streamer was watching one of my videos and had like 30,000 viewers, sure, there's some exposure there, but that's 30,000 views I'm not getting, and whatever other ranking system in YouTube is not happening. Points for resources collected, that'll probably happen at some point. Oh, we got 5 people online. I'm going to take a picture of this. When will the coughing stop? Okay, let's save this picture. Desktop. Team. I'll just say online team deathmatch. Also, there's something on my desktop about heap stuff. Yeah, heap alloc. Let's delete this. And delete that. And the log. I have a Hearthstone picture here. What was this? Oh, my ridiculous hand the other night. Just crazy. Hey, Creeper Fighter. Okay, so the buff system is pretty good. So let's get that out of this file. And this is not intended to be a singleton. This is my working copy, so it's okay to delete all of this. And now we're down to what? 200 more lines of prototype stuff. So player needs to change, arena needs to change. We need to make use of these things. I wonder if we just check in the buff system as it is right now. There needs to be a buff component. So yeah, this is a monstrous commit that this is going to end up being. I think we need buff component. Let me think about this. We'd add a component for every buff that we end up having. So yeah, let's put it in. We're going to put in a buff component. Buff component is something like this. So buff component.js, health component is what we search for, and we change this into buff component, and we change the name of this to buff. Great. Next, we pass in a buff. We assert that it exists. util.exists buff. A buff needs to exist in a buff component. If that's not obvious, I don't know what is. We import star as util from .util. Good. And then we get rid of all this stuff. And we don't have this, and we don't have that. And then the serialize function we're going to need to write eventually, but for now we're just going to write assert false to do add this serialize function, and to do false add this deserialize function. I'm pretty sure everything's going to break because of these asserts, which we want to happen because we need to write these, but we'll get there at some point. It's sad. Rude janitor is my best so far. This has gotten very hectic. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. I forgot to tone down the number of bots. Everyone's only supposed to have 3 bots. Alright, red team wins by about 60 points. Although by switching to artillery, you ended up doing some pretty good damage there to XM. So yeah, the match is over. You can see on the leaderboard, 4.57 KDR. Maybe a bigger arena. Yeah, I think we will get to the point where we have a variable arena size based on how many players are in there at the beginning of the match. For right now, yeah, this is not balanced. This is not... There are a lot of problems, and we're getting there. We're like coding as fast as we can, trying to get this stuff done, making good progress. What are my bots even doing again? Let's see. Load, shield, artillery, and missiles. And no team strategies have really totally arisen yet, but they will at some point. Technical Freak says, man, I suck. No, what? I think it's all just based on what strategies you're using and what it is you're trying to do. Superman says, why am I at 0 points? Did you get any kills? And that's a serious question, by the way. Like, did you? Because if you did get kills and then you're at 0, then that's a bug, and I need to investigate it, and I probably have 1 minute and 45 seconds to do so. So please let me know. I need to watch chat. Spiritman put a smiley face, so perhaps it's sarcastic. I hope it's sarcastic. Technical Freak says, I don't know what to do. So for now, the only objective is just get as many kills as possible. So at first, make a bot however you want. Since you want to get kills, you're going to need something that's offensive here. So don't use harvesting. Harvesting is absolutely pointless. But maybe you want something like cloaking, and you want something like missiles, and you want regen. So this kind of bot is totally fine. And then you might write your code like this. You might say, I want to fire missiles if I can fire missiles. I want to cloak if I can cloak. I want to get closer to enemies if I can do that. And if not, then I want to just move. And this is a totally viable bot. This will fire missiles, it'll try cloaking, it'll pursue enemies, and then it'll move randomly. And that's it. And now I've got a bot. I can check the auto deploy box and then just hit deploy a bunch of times. Looked like, so I feel. Will there be things in the arena eventually to make it interesting? Yeah, but I would say it doesn't necessarily actually make things interesting because of how automation works. Let's say we set random tiles on fire in the arena. You would write code that says if a tile's on fire, don't move there. And then you'll never be surprised by the arena being on fire ever again. Whereas in a real game, like Imagine if you were playing Team Fortress 2 and all of a sudden the ground was on fire. You'd be like, oh, I need to avoid that. And every game you need to remember, I need to avoid that. In an automation game, you code it once and you're done. Blue has 83 on my screen and 99 on yours. Oh yeah, that's a good bug. I'm gonna give you points for that. Points give Void Dreamer 3. Okay, I know it's doing that. I just never accounted for it. So let's write this down on the to-do list, probably after Code Buff Framework, which is fix bug. Team scores are not computed based on all existing player scores. So the repro is this. 1. Have a server where a team has X greater than 0 points. 2. Join that server as a new player. Expected team has X greater than 0 points. Obviously, we expect them to have the score that they have. And actual is team has 0 points. So thank you, Void Dreamer. Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, also, what team am I on now? I am on the red team. So we want our old code that we had. Yeah. There. Okay, cool. So now it's Spurtman and Void Dreamer versus the 3 of us. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll kill my bots. And I'll deploy just 2 of them. There. That way it's not like so imbalanced. Also, what do you guys think of this format so far? I know they're not real games yet, but does it seem fun? Are you inclined to come up with different strategies? Are you looking forward to the buff system? Like, what are your thoughts just in this early state? Oh, nice. I got another computer setup over here. Save. Twitch is not a dating site. Blammo. Also, what are we doing for kills here? I am only aiming for KDR right now, so I'm doing pretty well. But man, this is just an onslaught. This is totally like the chaos mode right now. Very interesting. And look, artillery is just going everywhere. I don't know, I think this is great. I don't know what a real match would be like when I'm like, I want to get better at this game. I want to improve my rank, but look, my teammates are just flooding themselves into all the artillery fire. Oh, nice. We got another person online too. Twitch is not a dating site. Ooh. Ooh, this is a real botland match right now. I'm getting pelted with artillery. Huh, interesting. Andrew says, I think it's really fun, although it seems like I had to tweak my bots a little. Yeah, so that part should always be the case. You should always have to tweak your bots for whatever the match is that you're playing. And Felix says, I have to wait for next match, right? No, you don't. You can just start deploying right off the bat. The only thing I'd say is try to be a little bit wary of, like right now it's 4 versus 3. That's not so imbalanced. But if it's like the blue team is obviously not playing, then try not to deploy too many bots. But the blue team is playing, so I'm going to deploy all my bots. All looks great, but I'm missing one thing. What is this? John Cena. MLG. Yeah, I think we need air horn bots. And like, you can turn the sound off if you want, but not for the air horn bots. Felix, did you deploy anything? Because, like I said, you're free to deploy if you want. Oh, maybe you're not listening. Maybe you're not on Twitch. No, you can deploy now. Yeah, how are we doing on kills here? Yeah, artillery's pretty good in this mode. I wonder how well melee bots would do. I don't know. This is just ridiculous to me. I'm going to take another picture here. Take another. More team Deathmatch Mayhem. Man, I can't wait until this game is released and I can just see how people play and if they have fun and if games end up looking like this still, where it's like, yeah, just bot shooting artillery as fast as possible. All right, and then something else. Okay, yeah, let's finish coding this system because never gonna get done if I don't do this. Just trying to tab to see the leaderboard while watching you. Oh, and you had tab held while you moved to a new browser. Oh wait, no. I thought you were gonna report a bug. Never mind. Default value of shared A is undefined. Also, that's something interesting. Shared variables aren't wiped out between matches. Interesting. Is that a problem? I never actually thought of deleting players, so there is a problem here. Yeah, shared variable. Okay, that's another bug we gotta fix. Bug when a new match starts, shared variables should be deleted. And I guess also bug when a player is removed, their shared variables should be deleted. What does /kill do? /kill removes all of your bots from the arena and does not redeploy them, even if you had auto deploy checked. So it's just a debug function for right now. Eventually it's going to be changed a bit. Man, shield is pretty great. I wonder if I'd just get rid of missiles. I don't know. Artillery is also pretty great. I don't know. I think this is a ton of fun, but I am very biased, so that's why I'd ask you guys about this. Also, yeah, wow, neat. Okay, yeah, gotta get back to coding. I'm sorry, I got really distracted with the game itself. So, what else do we have here? Buff component is what we were working on. So, buff component is get component name buff. Good, good, good. So yeah, this is done now, and we have it here to use. Okay, perfect. Next, what do we have? We're going to save this part for last, the code execution stuff. And maybe we stop here for this and we make a commit out of just this stuff. I think that makes sense. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, this is what we're going to do. We're going to check in this code, and we're going to talk while we're yawning, and we're going to hopefully finish up the foundation of this work. It won't all be done today. Then I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow or the next day. And by the way, did I write that on here? Yeah, before signing off, make sure to say this is the last day this week. Yeah. Gotta do that. Adam is hacking when he too well. So then next week, what we'll get to the point of doing is the buff system will hopefully be finished by the end of next week. And then we'll be at the point where we can start working on objectives. And then you'll be given buffs for doing well instead of just for staying in the game. Lulong says, why are you ignoring my link? So, Lulong, I rarely ignore things intentionally. I just didn't see it. Wow. Oh, and you're coding over here. Here's the Java code I hear so much about. All right, let's save this picture. Lulong 1998. Close. Yes, thank you. I am collecting images of people watching me play a game. Or well, make a game. Whoops. Whoops. I accidentally pressed R. What does R do? What does R do? Restore. No, we want to revert that. There. Okay, gulp file we're going to change, but not now. Buff depot, we need to comment on this. So this keeps track of all possible buffs in the game. Yeah, cool. So this is an array of buffs. So is this. Okay, buff templates, we go through all of them. So convert all buff templates into buffs. Should this be called create buff from template or convert template to buff? This is fine. So given a template, this will create a buff and save it in this depot. So the template itself is just an object that minimally has ID and description, and optionally has major and minor, which would be objects representing objects to be stuffed into a buff. Well, merged into a buff. Doesn't return anything. And then refactoring these if statements, yes, that is something I should do. We could put this here maybe, like make buff. We take in ID description. No, we don't even need to do that actually. We need to say merge buff contents. Yeah. Merge it to, so we have a buff, we have the params, and we have is major. So here's how this is going to work. We're going to do object.assign buff params, validate it, and then const array to assign to equals is major, this dot all major buffs, otherwise this dot all minor buffs. And then we say array to assign to dot push buff. Good. Now we can do that here. This dot merge major buff. Oh, we don't even need to do that actually. We need to say, well, we kind of do. In fact, we probably should pass in the ID in the description. So fine, ID and description. And then in here we'll say const buff equals new buff ID description. And now here we can say ID description major and true. Delete, 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 delete. And then this is minor and false. Perfect. Now we got the refactoring done. So given the, actually let's just call this create buff. Given the specific arguments from a template, this will create a buff and add it to the appropriate array, major versus minor. So the ID is going to be buff constants.ids. The description is of course a string. The type is an that's an object. Any parameters to be merged into the created buff. Then the is major, I want to do that. True if this buff should be saved as a major buff. And finally, we don't return anything, so there we go. This is commented out for now. I think I'm fine with that. And then validate buff ensures that a buff was constructed with all required parameters. Spurtman is making a feeding bot, apparently. Wait, where is Spurtman? Oh no, Spurtman's not deployed right now. It's been messing you up. You'll never live it down, haha. GG. Yeah, GG. GG indeed. Wow. Andrew, you had a crazy KDR. What were your bots doing? Oh, you had cloaking. That explains it. Oh, and shield. Oh, that definitely explains it. You had very defensive bots. It's playing with the opposite team all along. Twitch is not a dating site. It says broke the game, Adam. No. So what's happening right now? This is the post game, and this is only here because there's only one server. So there's no like, okay, yeah, go join another game now. It's just okay. Wait for the next game to start. I'm gonna push an update later today that sets this time to only 1 minute, so that after a game is done, you're only waiting a minute before the next game starts. I don't know why I made it 3 minutes. That was a little too much. It'd be nice to have game is over text bigger, centered. Yeah, I agree. That's the kind of thing I'm probably not going to change right now, but that's the kind of UI polish that you should certainly expect from the final game, the finished product. The reason I'm not going to do it now is because eventually this will just be 1 minute, and then hopefully it'll be less confusing. And if it is confusing, it'll only be confusing for 1 minute. and then we'll eventually get to the point where we're at the final product. Like very long from now. Okay, cool. So I think the buff depot is now finished. Like this is a solid class. I like it. It does what it needs to do. I think it does it in an elegant way, and I think it was good that we designed it. And that's why we spent 2 hours doing this and then like 10 minutes coding it. Why do I have a camera for my keyboard? There were actually a few people who were asking. A lot of people have been commenting like, oh, you're fast at Sublime and everything. And so some people were saying, I'd like to see what you're doing with a keyboard there, because otherwise you see me, if I don't have a keyboard camera, everything I type, like my body doesn't really move while I'm typing, so it's almost as though I'm not even doing anything. This is the proof, this camera right here, proof that things are happening. So okay, let's finish checking this in. Buff constants is incredibly simple right now. We have damage dealt, life leech, damage taken. We don't even need these other things. We'll just take damage dealt for right now. And that's it. Oh, and get rid of the trailing comma there. Oh, and then we need to comment this. We're not totally done yet. So an array of objects. C buff depot, create buff from template. No, I don't like that. I want to put this here. Okay, so an array of templates that will later get converted into buffs. Each object minimally has ID and description, and optionally major and minor, which would be objects to be merged into a buff, into the buff object. And then for here in Buff Depot, we'll say C buff constants dot buff templates for a description. Cool. Okay, that's done. Also, is the new game starting? Yeah, 16 seconds. Wait, what happened to all the bots? Oh, it's pre-game right now, so all the bots got deleted. Oh, so what team am I on? I'm on blue team, so I gotta change this to right now. There. Oh, Void's got killer bots. Uh-oh. I'm playing against 2 different people. Oh, but Andrew's on my team. Okay, good. How are we doing so far? Blue team's at 3. We win. 4. We win. We're the best. End of match. Also, what's the server doing right now? Maximum call stack size exceeded. Hey, one of you has an infinite recursion in your bot. Might want to fix that. Actually, you know what? Maximum call stack size, where does that come from? Maximum call stack size. Oh, it's just the code execution system. All right, we're going to need to do something there. Let's do this. Let's just say bug. When we hit a maximum call stack size exceeded message, print the offender. It's not really a big issue whether we print it or not. This takes hardly any time. But let's copy this. Is there a way to just copy without... I don't want to do that, but fine. This. Okay. Yeah, but what I wanted to check over here is how are we doing on memory? Yeah, we're still great. This is going well. Way better than last week, that's for sure. How are we doing on score here? Okay, not bad. We also have a lot of players in the game. Wow. This is 7 people. And we should just keep running giveaways. Do I have a command to see if someone has pre-beta? No, I don't even have that command. That would be a pretty good command to add. Let's do that. Add a mod command to see if someone has pre-beta. Yeah. All right, so again, just to set expectations, there's no way we're going to finish all this today. No way. Like, it is impossible. I only have another 4 hours, and I can't do it that fast. So, so you won't see gameplay change on the server today, but at least people are playing. Now, what's kind of nice is I can come in here, deploy my bot, and then never check it again, and things are fine. But later, that's going to be different. You will need to be a little bit more active. I need to start giving out points so to be useful. Yeah, and actually, let me run another giveaway. We will base this one on a keyword. How do we set keywords? Enter keyword. What is this? A golden trash can. And cancel keyword. So what should our keyword be? Let's make it Botland. Can we do that? What's going on? Well, maybe that worked. All right, so type Botland as you see here in chat. Let me just make a message about this. Type Botland in chat to enter the pre-beta giveaway. There we go. There. All right, let's see if this works. I don't actually know if it works. Well, we'll come back to it after someone's typed it. And then we'll run the giveaway in a bit. And thanks for the follows, guys. By following, you get control over the lights in my room. So if you get a weird looking link, that's what the link is for. Oh, cool. Someone typed it. Let's see. Oh, nice. It's working. Nice. I'm going to be coughing all day too, I think. So sorry about that, guys. Are we almost done checking this in? Oh yeah, buff component. I'm losing my voice. So this, there, it's back in full force now. Trump says this is just a free plugin, right? It's actually, yeah, this probably is a plugin. This is Better Twitch TV that's doing this, I think. So yeah. Yes, support the development. This must be Better Twitch TV then, and not necessarily just Twitch itself. Oh yeah, and we'll run the giveaway in, well, whenever I'm pretty much done with this commit. So this component represents a buff on a bot. Bots can have, or on an entity. Entities can have multiple of the same kind of buff. Which is why we're going to need a map eventually of these things, which, yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder to do. Because we don't want, every time we do damage, we don't want to, actually we should keep, no, we can't do that. Yeah, we're going to need some buff lookup map. In fact, I'm going to write that down over here. So pseudocode to do something like this. This should be a buff lookup component. Every time a buff component is added, this component would be modified. There is currently no facility to do that right now. I think saying right now at the end of that is redundant. What are the dimensions of the map? Does it start at 0? It does start at 0, and the dimensions are 18 by 12. Although you don't need to know the dimensions necessarily, because you have access to, well, I apparently didn't upload this. Anyway, you have access in code at least to arena width and arena height. So you can always type these things into JavaScript and you'll be able to get them. So I'll paste that in the chat. Arena width and arena height. But yeah, it does start at 0. Okay, so we want that still, and I think we fixed this. So we're very close to running the giveaway. Yeah, let's do this. So started working on the foundation for the buff system. There is still a lot of work to be done. So this commit does not include any functional differences. All right, good, we got that. Next, we want to commit our, whoa, what's this? Oh yeah, we want to revert that. Landmines they're lasting for way too long right now. So fixed a small bug in the gulp file where watch was dependent on bundle, so it would need to run bundle once when started and another time on refresh. Whoops. Amend last commit, amend. Yeah, whoops, I screwed this up. What I meant to do is just delete this. There. Yeah, good, perfect. Okay, good, amend. Okay, let's run the giveaway. Roll. Dibs 09 wins. Let's give Dibs a round of applause. Excellent job. Your performance was incredible during that giveaway. If the game will be on mobile, will there be an app or just a browser? Probably just a browser, at least at first. Also, what happened here? Oh. Whoa! What is going on over here? What? I think you guys have evolved this strategy. Is my KDR just dropping now? It looks like it probably is. I could write a counter strategy for this, but I almost don't want to. Oh man. This is crazy. I'm gonna save this picture too. You guys never cease to amaze me. Ultra clump red strat. Wait, is my KDR dropping? I think you guys have come up with a strategy to beat my strategy. And I think the best way to beat this strategy is to hard code for it so that when I get close enough to you guys. But see, here's the thing. Watch this. Watch this. I can just do this. Nope. /kill. Deploy. There. And now I'll just starve you guys of kills because now only Andrew's rogue bots are going to go over there. Oh, and Andrew's actually got a pretty good strategy there. Nice. You got a kill. Perfect. Oh, you're dodging them. Look at this. Look at this pro strats. Blue team is best team. Wow. You can see on the leaderboards too, there's ranks. This is awesome. I like this a lot. Oh, you see that? Shot you from 7 tiles away. Yeah. Yeah, how you like that strategy, huh? Range bots? Huh? Giveaway overlay. Oh yeah, thank you. Sorry. No one had kept typing botland, but okay. Yeah, so I think it's lunchtime. Actually, hang on a second. Let me. My wife and I were talking last night. She's working from home today, and I forgot when we said we were going to do lunch. So let me go ask her really fast. I'll be right back. Okay. So here's the plan. She does want to do lunch. So I'm going to go get lunch, and then I'll be back. After that, I'll code for another about 4 hours or so, and we'll keep trying to get the buff system working. Again, I'm sorry, up until that time, the post-game time is going to be 3 minutes. It's unfortunate, but yeah, that's that. And I'm going to close this so that I'm not even placed into the next game. That way, you guys don't have unbalanced teams. So yeah, I'll close this for myself. Yeah, cool. So thank you guys for watching so far. I've been having a lot of fun today. I've been really excited about this feature, and now I'm getting to work on it, so it's pretty great. And yeah, let's take a look at who's in the lunch list, because I believe there are, whoops, more lunch BRB. Yeah, Wouter is at least in the list. So we're going to put Wouter in. So BRB picnic. Oh, Versace's not here, so I can't make picnic jokes. Let's say 40 minutes, and I will add Wouters to this list. Great, and we need to write this down actually at the end here too. Remove Wouters from lunch BRB. All right, I will be back later, and again, thank you guys, and see you soon. So yeah, Wouter is now getting thanks for the supported. Cool. All right, bye. back. Let's see what we got here. Also, let's load up the game again. I want to see what was going on. Are people still playing? The match is over. So, yeah, people stopped playing at least the last match. I don't know what happened before that, though. Anyway, let's see what we got here. Oh, watcher left. That was 24 minutes ago. Okay, cool. Well, I'm back. We're going to keep working on the buff system. So we checked in some of the foundational work. Also, let's run a couple of just normal giveaways. All right, MCD and Tenbroya have won this giveaway, these giveaways. All right, what's next on this list? So the rest of the buff framework. Adding buffs to a player. And these are going to be stored. Well, buffs need to exist on both client and server, but they're only really handled on the server. Andrew says, I got an awesome idea. What about adding hardware that could detect enemy missiles? Would that be too overpowered? Just think about all the possible strategies. And maybe you can consider tweaking the chat a little so it displays the time a user types in some text. That'd be awesome too. I know the game's not finished yet. Just want to share some ideas. So, one, I totally appreciate ideas. Like, totally. So don't ever not suggest an idea because you think I might not go with it. But I will tell you my thoughts on what you suggested. So, first of all, missiles are... Whoops. I deployed the wrong bots. Let me kill these off. Okay, there we go. So missiles, lasers, let's see. Let me list off some of the things in the game. And I'll share with you some of the design decisions. I'm not going to try to spend too long on this. So we have melee, zapper, reflect, and landmines. So everything in this list except for artillery is an instantaneous weapon. Missiles only appear to take time on the client because you as a human want to see an animation of what's happening because we can't react instantaneously and see, oh yeah, a missile just went from here to here and killed that and then something else shot off. So you see these red and green squares of lasers and missiles, they have a travel time on the client. They do not have a travel time on the server. So they're instantaneous. As soon as you call fire missiles, if there was a target, it hits, it does damage, and it kills that bot if it would kill that bot. So there's that. Artillery does have a travel time. So you see that animating on the client much slower. The reason why is because it's targeted at a tile and then it takes an entire turn for it to move there. So let me show you something to kind of exaggerate this. Let's go to localhost and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set the tick time to much longer. Let's do debug. What's going on here? Yeah, debug main.simulationserver.arena.ticktime equals 15 seconds. Okay, so now bots take 15 seconds to update, and I'm going to deploy an artillery bot over here. And we're going to deploy a bunch of these. Okay, maybe not quite 15 seconds, maybe 5 seconds. Actually, this will still take too long. Let's set it to this, and then 5 seconds. So we just gotta wait for this to finish, and come on. Wow, this is weird. Why is nothing happening right now? Oh, I set it to 150,000. Oops. Oh, that's why. That's not 15 seconds. That's way too long. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. So, and I think this is important for illustrating this point. Okay, so bots update much slower now. And we're going to set it to be much faster for a second and then turn this back on. Oh, there we go. Okay, so check it out. See how slowly artillery is moving? This is something that would be dodgeable. It's not just an animation time that's causing it to be slow right now. And then when it goes and blows up, it does some damage, sure. So, here's the problem. Let's say we even let you check where is artillery going to land. The problem is that it becomes something you always want to do. There's pretty much never a time, if my life is less than 500 and somehow I detect like a missile is headed toward me, and I could like move out of the way here. So this is probably always code that I'm going to want at the top of my script. Not always, maybe. There could be some situation where you want to use your last stand and, fire a missile before you die. But yeah, in short, I think we've designed the game in such a way that you don't need to worry about incoming missiles. It's more the overarching strategy of the game. Now, as far as chat goes, putting the time there when someone types text, I think that would be really helpful for pre-beta, because yes, I am frequently confused as to when someone said something, but I don't think for the actual game, if a game only lasts 10 minutes, then if someone said, hey, I think we need to go swarm the middle of the arena, well, all right, I'll write it down. We'll say add timestamps to player messages, to chat messages. And then what else do we have here? Yeah, and yeah, keep ideas coming. Spurtman says diagonal movement ability. So that is something that we've talked about before, but the ability to have diagonal movement can undermine a lot of what you assume other bots can do. I'm not ruling it out. I just don't know if we're going to have it necessarily, but we have talked about it. Partial Data says, hello, company had Thanksgiving today. Went to a Chinese buffet. I'm not a fan, germaphobe, but it was cool. Got a sweet Christmas bonus. Adam Management, when are you sending out our bonuses? Yeah, your bonuses are in the mail. How's that for a management answer? Oh man, stuff picked up right up again on the server. Look at this. It's a 1v3 right now. Oh, cool. Unhappy face bot. That must be Spurtman. Huh, neat. Okay, let's finish up buff stuff. So in player, we wanted to add buff, so let's go into shared player. The player itself is going to have buffs. I have not seen Christmas Vacation, and I think that's the second time that was just referenced to me in the last 2 or 3 days. Yeah, it was this movie. Weird. Andrew says, what about hardware that can teleport enemies to a specific location? Then you could plant a mine and save its location in a variable, go near an enemy and teleport them to the place where the mine was planted. Would that be possible? So teleporting enemies to a specific location, I think this was brought up before. So here's the thing. When it comes to, imagine what it would take for you to do something like that. If you see an enemy and you want to teleport them to a mine, you would either need to have already laid a mine, or you need to do this. Lay mine, move out of the way, and then teleport enemy to mine. And all of that combined damage would do the landmines damage, and mines do 500 damage. So you take 3 of your turns doing this, and you deal 500 damage. As opposed to, why don't we just fire a missile, fire a missile, fire a missile, and then you've done 900 damage. So when coming up with new ideas, new hardware for the game, what I try to do is I try to think, what benefit does this have over, say, shooting a laser? And there actually is a benefit in what you said, which is that I can pull an enemy out of, let's say there's a clump of red units here, and I teleport an enemy out of that into a clump of blue units behind me. That's really cool, and now they could be killed by other bots. As far as teleporting them into landmines necessarily, I mean, that could be a side effect of that, but yeah, I think some sort of grappling hook or something could be pretty interesting. We'll need to think about it. And I'll write it down. I don't know if we ever talk about a grappling hook idea that will pull enemies out of their formations. Perhaps there should be increased... Well, I will talk about it. Alternatively, you could just teleport a target bot. You can have many melee bots in one teleport and just teleport them into your melee bot army. Yeah, that's true. But these would all be difficult strategies to set up. And I like that idea, that there can be some cool strategies here that you've really got to set up ahead of time. What I also like is that, oh, I guess it's, yeah. Let's go blue team. Blue team pride. So player, shared player. We're going to put in buffs here. I'm going to say this dot buffs equals this. And this is an object of arrays. So we say object of array of, well, let's just do that. So this is all buffs that this player has collected. We need some concept of a team eventually too. Also, hey, Cheeseball Lord, I don't know if it's at high already. All buffs that the player has collected. So keys here are buff constants.ids, and values are array of buff. Yep, cool, looks good. So we have add buff and we have get buffs. And we have, yeah, okay, cool, let's put this in. So add buff is going to be given a buff. We need to accommodate adding a buff that already exists. The reason that values are arrays, hey Oscar, in this variable is because you can have multiple buffs of the same type, e.g. team-wide damage buffs. Yeah. Alright, so we don't need to write this now. So we get the buff's ID. If it doesn't exist, make it an empty array and then we push it. Yeah, this is already written for us. The pseudocode is the code. So hooray, adds a buff to this player. And this is a buff. Now when we add a buff, we probably also want to affect all of the bots that were laid down. It's something we might do in the child class of this. Hey Beefcake. So get buffs, I don't really want to write this until we need it. Did I write this anywhere in here? Get buffs. I did. We went through all of the buffs that we had. This is for the sake of applying buffs to a bot. How do I feel about this? I think we want to do something like this, but we want to do it a little bit differently. I don't think we want get buffs. I think we want apply buffs to be on a player. Not entirely. Maybe team buffs are just applied to players automatically, and then we don't keep track of them necessarily. That doesn't really accommodate pre-beta though. It's something we could do. Whoops. How do we apply team buffs? Is there a team object somewhere that keeps track of these buffs, or is it just applied to all players on the same team if they're online at the time? The latter way doesn't really accommodate pre-beta. And I know you probably can't see what I'm typing exactly. I'm going to format this in just a sec. That doesn't work. We got to get rid of this. Delete, delete, and then there. There. Cool. Now we can get rid of this. So yeah, I'm not sure how I want to do that. It'll change how this function is laid out. I think what we want to do is, instead of get buffs, we say something like apply buffs, and we say an entity here. And so the way that this would work is we go through all of the buffs that we have, and we would apply them to this entity. So go through all buffs. This is not actually how this works at all. So we can't do that. We need to say for let buff ID in this dot buffs. And then we need to say const buff array equals this dot buffs buff ID. And then we iterate over all of that. So everything in buff array, buff array buffalo, 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 buffalo. And we say buff equals that, and then we apply it. So entity.add component, new buff component, buff. Great. Oh, and then this should probably clone it. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know what we want to say for that. Yeah, let's not clone it. What does that do though? How does buff component get disposed? I think we have, what else gets disposed? A sprite component. So we look at the dispose for this. We call super dispose, and we say just this dot buff equals null. Now we clearly left something out here, which is this. This dot buff equals buff. So that was a bug. So now we have no clone. Buffs do not know how to be cloned. Does that matter? Well, it doesn't matter now. No, we do not clone. I'm going to write this over here. This is a buff. So we say that it's a buff. A buff, the buff object, this should not be modified as it may be shared with other bots as entities as well. Oh, what's going on? Is it possible to change a team from red to blue, for example? So teams are scrambled at the end of every match. So here you can see the next one's going to start in 29 seconds. So it currently is going, I'm on blue team and you are on the red team. So let's see at the end of this what we've got. So I'll leave this open while I respond to the rest of chat. So in 17 seconds we'll find out. I'll also go blue team. Spearman says, yay, kills divided by deaths is greater than 1. Oh, nice, yeah. Chief Mango, hey Chief Mango, how's the game going? It's going well. We're working on buffs right now. Beefcake says, can you explain the difference between enumeration and array in C#? To me, they look very similar. Oh, wait. Oh, first check it out. Look, Spurtman is still on the red team. Void Dream is still on blue. Andrew's now on blue. I'm now on red. And the other two players are the same as well. This is scrambled every time. It only happened to change 2 people, but it's possible it could have changed everybody. And it's not scrambled based on any metrics. It's just random scrambling. Self-destruct, did I ask you about that before? That's self-destruct for the sake of doing damage to other bots is probably not something we'll do. Maybe that'll be a major buff, who knows? But hardware, I don't think we're going to do that. And is there a way to track life? Never mind, I found it. Yeah, it's just a life variable. Okay, now getting back to Beefcake, enumeration and array in C#. So let me go look at the syntax for this. I can describe the differences to you. An enum is not something you set later. It's basically used to describe, here's a great example. Days. When you say that I want a day in C#, so I say that there's some day of the week, or like today, for example, I can say days dot, what is today? It's Wednesday. So I don't care what it is that Wednesday is. Wednesday might, for all I care, Wednesday might be a string that says Wednesday. Wednesday might be some random blob of characters that just uniquely represents Wednesday, and Wednesday might be the number of the day that it is, the number 4. But we don't care about that. An enum just says, hey, these are all unique values. When I want to use something like days or something like directions, north, south, east, west, all I know is that this is some kind of data type to me, and it means something. An array is very different in that you might say something like this, int test scores, and your test scores, I don't know how you do this in C#, so I'm just going to make up some syntax here. Let's just say this, 5, 6, 7, or well, 90%, 95%, and 100%. Like these are my test scores. And like I said, I don't remember the syntax for this in C#, so just ignore that I use curly braces. That might be totally wrong. An array would let me just use JavaScript, I guess, because I know what it would be like in JavaScript. In JavaScript, I'd say test scores equals 90, 95, 100. And let's change this to JavaScript. And also let's deploy bots before I forget. Can't get destroyed. What team am I on? Blue team? Red team. So we want to move left this time. Okay. So an array is something that you can randomly access. So if I want to see what is the second test score that I ever got, I can do this. And the reason I said second but typed to the number 1 is because arrays in most languages are 0 indexed. So the first element would be 0 because it's based on the number 0. This is not true in all languages. Languages like Lua are 1 indexed. For more information, I'd suggest going online, looking up enumerations and arrays. But hopefully that gives you some information. Okie doke. So we have apply buffs. Now when we create a bot, we need to apply buffs to it. So let's go into server arena, create bot. We're going to apply buffs to it, assuming it gets all the way to the end where it's created. So new bot, add component, we're going to do owner.apply buffs to the new bot. Great. Now this is going to work, except for watch what happens. As soon as we make a bot, any bot, we're going to break in with an assert false. And I know exactly where it's going to happen, but that's not going to stop me from showing you guys. Also, who on the blue team dared to deploy? It was Dibs. So, yeah, this is the problem with team balancing right now. Since it's random, blue team just doesn't happen to be playing right now. That won't be a problem eventually. So yeah, here we go. We should see an assert false. And we don't, so I didn't expect that. That's very weird. Oh no, it's because players don't have buffs right now, that's why. But either way, for this to work, we need to write the serialize and deserialize functions. Now what we should be able to do is defer to a buff's serialization. So let's do that. And in order to do that, we need to look at how we've serialized other components where this might have happened. And I believe we have a hardware component where the same thing happened. Yep, we do. So here's what we do. We say return serialize, well, the buff is this.buff.serialize. Perfect, done. Next, when we deserialize something, we say return new buff component, buff.deserialize serialized component. That's not right. .buff. So what we really should say is this. Get this, put this here, buff here, put that there, delete that. That's what we should have. Right. Now buff needs serialize and deserialize. So we don't have these functions and we need them. So we need a static deserialize serialized buff, and then we need a serialize function. What serialize is going to do, it's going to return an object. What is this? Pokemon or big data? Okay, this is pretty funny. I'm going to go with big data. This is a Pokemon. This sounds like a Pokemon, but I don't know. Oh, no! I failed. I'm going to go with Pokemon. Okay, yeah. Yep, this is impossible. Hadoop is definitely big data. I know that much. This is... Okay, yeah, I'm terrible at this. Okay, so now let's regain some of my nerd cred here. There was this quiz on Sporkle. Oh, what? How does this not return? Oh, I think that was just a big problem for a second. Okay. The maximum life of a bot is 1,000. So at one point, relatively recently, sometime in the last year or so, I could get all 150 of these things. So there. Like to see other people do that. Actually, I couldn't do it on my first try. I had to remember, because nobody remembers like Chansey and Kangaskhan and all those other stupid Pokemon. They remember Articuno and Pikachu and Metapod. You missed out by not reading the descriptions. Oh, yeah, I was too hyped by playing the game. Yeah, I guess these are like. Wait a second. It's only the big data ones that are funny, right? The Pokemon one, there's like real Pokemon things. Like, I don't understand this. If this is a joke, I don't even get it. Requires swift swim to get Marvel scale. Like, I have no idea. Yeah, see, that's all fine. Okay, but thank you for showing me that. That's hard, so easy to miss someone. Going tank bot, red team. What's going on? Oh man. Dibs has deployed bots that reflect and shield, and thankfully they reflect first. And now Dibs has the most kills, but we're gonna fix that. We're gonna make the anti-Dibs bot. Are you ready? Tank bot. I refuse to believe this is gonna win. All right, here we go. So we're gonna say, let's kill my bots first. All right, and we'll say if x is greater, or no, how about this? If x is greater than 5, then move left. Otherwise, move in a random direction. Why did that just happen? What's going on here? Why can't I select this? Huh, weird. Let's delete that. Oh, something really weird's happening here. It's like auto-clicking things for me. What just happened? Aw, man, I lost my code now. Alright, well, I guess we're not going to deploy the anti-Dibs bot. Let's just get close to it by doing this. I don't know what just happened there. I should really investigate that. Let's try this. Can I just... Yeah, it's still happening. Weird. Well, we're just going to say... No, I can't even say move left anymore. It's auto-clicking these things for me. Oh, it just clicked that 5 times too. What's going on? That was weird. Like, okay, watch this. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm convinced. My keyboard thinks that there's a key held down that isn't. How do I fix this? Like, if I hit get XML... What is going on? Is this fixed? Now it's fixed. What? What happened? That was really weird. Okay, anyway, the whole point of this was to just beat Dibs. Alright, weird. Spectator mode. Spectator mode is not something I'm going to even think about for the next like year and a half. And the basic reason why I'm going to just completely defer that is there's nothing to spectate if there are no games being played, and there are no games being played if Botland isn't super awesome at release. So let's focus on making Botland super awesome. Later, a spectator mode could be really interesting. Well, okay, so here's another thing. It would warm my heart if people were like, I don't really want to play Botland, but I want to watch Botland. Because I don't know if that's going to happen. Like, I think this is cool. I think it's fun to just kind of watch how strategies evolve, but I just don't feel like it has that esports potential of other games. Well, who knows? Maybe it's easy enough to understand. And before I forget, let me run a straw poll. Man, my brain is everywhere today, and apparently narrator's on too. Probably just talking to itself right now. Strawpoll.me. Wheatley. Thank you, Wheatley. It's time for a new, louder keyboard. I casted Neil spell on you. Oh, yeah, no, and thank you, Voyager. What is going on? I can't even select this. My enter button isn't working. What is happening? Okay, I'm convinced that was just a mouse problem, because resetting the mouse just let enter work again. So, all right. What would you want to see as a 1,000 follower bonus? So this is just a poll. This is not whatever the results are. That's what I'm going to do. I just want to get some interest here. Do an interest check. So one is concept art. 2 is the original prototype, the prototype from this year of Botland. And that's, by the way, that is where, let me show you this. You guys have, enough of you have seen this on stream already. What is going on? Oh, my hard drive has to spin up. Hang on a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. Darn it, that wasn't supposed to show on the screen. It's certainly not multiple times. Well, whatever. That was from a long time ago. It was a stupid joke. Don't go looking at this recap video. Shame on you if you've done that. This is why I should never use hard drives. Okay, so this picture. This picture is from the prototype, but I could actually show you guys the prototype game if that's what you wanted to see. But you can see the bot images look awesome. This is not the final art. This was art for the prototype. And you see me using some of this art. Where's the bot that we're using now? We're using this bot now. But I think these look super cool. So there's that. The prototype from this year. The prototype, I should phrase it this way, of Botland from this year. And then let's say discounted or possibly free pre-beta access, or something to do with my lights. How is the background going to look? I'm not totally sure yet. Okay, so yeah, let's do this. And then I'm curious, should I put allow multiple poll choices and you guys can pick whichever ones you want to see? No, because this is not. I'm going to take this one out of here. Let's just do this. Let's do this. And then I'll link this in the chat. So yeah, I don't know. I used to have incredibly detailed statistics that I was looking at for followers, but I feel like I've been getting something like, I don't know, between 10 and 20 every day. This is probably going to happen very soon, and that's why I'm not necessarily promising whatever it is that people vote on here, but I am curious what people want. Huh. Okay. So people want to play the game, I guess. And then the people who have already played probably want to see the concept art. Oh, interesting. People also want to see the prototype. All right, cool. Well, I'll let this run for a bit. I'll keep track of this in my own to-do list. We should talk about this sometime next week, so I'll just put this at the top for right now. Yeah, cool. And I'll take a look at this before I close the tab. How did this match end? Dibs got 121 kills.